Good. Welcome back. Okay. That should work. Hopefully. Okay. Got this. Got this. Be gone. Be gone. Be gone. And the gaming time. Core time. Well, not core time yet. First, we gotta admire the great exhibition. Return of the Great Departed Soul. Well, I mean, yeah, we haven't selected that yet, I think. Yeah, okay. The Great Departed Soul.
The grand end of the century great exhibition of London.
Who are we going to bring
Surely there is
back?
not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture
Wait,
and industry.
surely
from
not
every corner
Sword
of the
Boy,
globe
right? Kiryu,
have
Kazuma,
converged on Hyde
one of the
Park,
other?
welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success.
That's
As regards to the
What's the
terrible
metal fish for?
catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the
Did we
great
get
exhibition,
bombed? What's
which
happening?
rose high into the skies of Hyde Park. Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Hell yeah, brother. Oh, I have to.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Which is.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
William and Turner, okay. Isn't William Turner the name of like... Wait, is William Turner the character? Okay. Weird side note from Pirates of the Caribbean. Maybe the dad, probably.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future.
More advanced than flying
A
ships.
world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Huh.
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
I don't know about that one, Chi.
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Ah.
In but a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
Well, I'm sure the answer here is going to be twins or something, but still. Is this part of the show, or do we need to be worried? I guess we need to be worried. 22nd of October. Ah, sorry, what was that? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? It's not it at all. What were we talking about? Today's paper. Sort of news about a great exhibition again. Ah, yeah, the great exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. Isn't it only for a brief period? Shouldn't you go as soon as it's there? You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley? Do I have to put up with him already? You say something. Oh gosh, you're even more down. So is this... This is while Susato is away, right? I live here. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here, you know, because breakfast. Also, you're supposed to be the great detective, super observant, yada yada. Aris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. Let's see. There's, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its... Didn't we go over this already? Clearly can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you there, Mr. Jones, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. I mean, you want to talk? Crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now. 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working for... Why are you still here? Return home! So, I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley? What have I been doing for half a year? What's the matter with Mr. Shomstre? Seems even more down in the dumps than me. The great exhibition is open. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, but don't we all go see it together? Want to? Of course I do. But I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from, is that it? It's probably just waiting for an incident so we can show up for free. I remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Should I? Should I, though? What were the controls again for keyboard? There we go. When I look at that machine, I can't help but think of a monstrosity it is. What's it called again? The Great Analytoscope. Looks impressive, doesn't it? And so that makes it very useful. How does that make it useful? well, you can show it to people and pretend like, you know, it's like people that have like a bookshelf stuffed full of books near the entrance, or their communal space where they keep guests, so they can just, you know, secondhand brag about how much they read, even if they didn't read a single book in that case. So it means you can pawn it for lots of money. And the pawnbrokers always make idle remarks like, what an incredible looking machine. So technically you could make a money-making scheme with that. You just make it look great and then sell it off. Make it out of cheap parts, buy more cheap parts, make another machine. Speaking of bookcases or bookshelves, books, papers, scientific implements, these shelves are stuffed with a gum. Mrs. Sutter wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand messes. Susie might not be able to stand messes, but she wouldn't dare touch those shelves. Because they're Herlock's and she has an unnatural obsession with him. Everything's in intricate balance. Hurley spends ages on it. If we were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. Huh. Susie knows this. It was a very delicate arrangement right from the outset. Make it sound like a meeting of great minds. But the truth is, Mr. Sholmes just needs to tidy it up. Wait, can I? I can. I just use mouse and keyboard. But mouse for the looking around stuff. Mr. Sholmes' faithful musical companion. Wasn't a violin made by somebody famous? Something with S? Stradivarius? Yeah, that one. But you'd have to save up for 100 years. Why is everybody just poor shaming me? I mean, I get that she doesn't have a job right now, but if I were to save up for 100 years, I wouldn't choose to buy a violin personally. No, what would you buy then? I have no idea. I think I'll have to do it so I can find out. The huge metal chest with a lace cloth laid on it, being used as a table for the tea and coffee. Very sturdy, that's for sure, and firmly locked shut. That chest contains my father's detailed records of Hurleys and medications. How many are in there, I wonder? Like, how many... Herlock isn't that old, is he? How many cases could he probably have solved? Oh, he's 34, never mind. I guess there could have been a bunch of cases over the years. And that's the way we'll stay. Those papers are a secret between Daddy and me. If you go opening uninvited, you might find yourself being bitten. But wouldn't Herlock also know what's going on? Do have a good fire in colder months. Watching the flames flicker and dance about is just very relaxing. Being out the chimney isn't so relaxing though. Isn't that what chimney sweepers are for? Getting covered in soot isn't my idea of fun. You know, Hurley decided he was going to clean it out himself last year. But you can guess what happened, can't you? He got himself sick inside the flu. He's a very slim man, I admit, but there are limits to where a fully grown man can fit. Now every time he dozes off by the fire, he has nightmares about it. Okay. All these different pieces of evidence from cases that Mr. Sholmes has solved are very interesting. The trouble is, Hurley forgets things so quickly, he never remembers why these things are relevant. The other day, for example, he saw the orange pips that were there and decided to plant them in the garden. Oops. Yeah, they've all sprouted now. We have 5 new little plants. Oh well, I don't know what case they were from, but Mr. Sholmes can get oranges to grow outside in England. He should change his profession. I mean, if you have a glass house, well, I guess even warm during winter is gonna be annoying. Blue carbuncle. Isn't this pretty much the same dialogue in last case? Isn't it supposed to be "You've arrived, welcome"? Isn't the dialogue between cases supposed to be different? Still mentally scarred from the Curum earlier? I can imagine. Honestly, I'm surprised we even got that. I didn't know that was in Black and White 1 already. I thought that's a Black and White 2 exclusive. Look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have today. Infuse a different concoction of herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice. When you call it a concoction, it sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time. The original Black and White, it's an optional post-game Pokemon that spawns at level 70. Oh, so it's like Rayquaza. Honestly, when I was a child, and I played a cracked version from Turkey of Emerald, I was like, oh wow, this is where Rayquaza is, that's cool. And then I hopped back onto Ruby or Sapphire, I don't remember, to just, you know, look at that general for funsies. And I saw the tower, I never discovered that before. And I saw Rayquaza and my mind was blown. I was like, what? That's here! I didn't, wow, that's so cool! Used every last brain cell for that thing. I'm still a little salty that that stupid Slowbro drained all of my healing potions and other healing items just so I could beat it. The first thing I did after I beat that gym was stock up on healing items. So I can actually properly heal, because my previous best healing items were the fresh waters they hand out to you before every gym. And then everything else were stinky normal potions that heal for 20 HP. That was not a good time. I was basically praying for it to miss at some point. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. Today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat. At one random furry store picked up somewhere. Oh, me too. 15 super potions. I didn't have a single super potion, but I got a bunch of super potions and like a few hyper potions now. I have not continued after the gym, by the way. I need to catch up. I had to train some horses. Just got a shaman that came with a Wynord fossil. God damn. Well, wait. Did Wynord come out of the fossil? Because Wynord isn't a fossil itself, right? Reminds me of a dream I had the other day. It was such a funny one. It woke me up actually. Sitting for a whole hour in the pitch black. Okay, this is literally just the same dialogue. Was your desert resort encounter? Oh, so we keep the fossil as an encounter, not as a freebie. I thought we treat that like a the Dream Yard gift Pokemon. Kinda. Had Shaman as an encounter? Oh, okay. Now I get it. I thought you got a Shaman that was carrying a fossil like that one Psyduck carried the Jigglypuff fossil for me. And I was so happy about that Jigglypuff fossil as well, because I wiped our entire team, and then the Jigglypuff popped out at level 25 and I couldn't use it until now. It was so amazing. And Shaman was goddamn scary. Had no idea Magical Leaf could hurt that much. Oh, Magical Leaf is a bitch. I never encountered a Shaman in any Pokemon game though, so I was under the belief that it's kind of a pushover. Kind of like Manaphy. Half a year ago, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. Please remind me, because I genuinely don't remember. It tanked 2 Dragon Rages. Isn't Shaman Fairy, so it's super effective against Dragon and resists Dragon? Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Fairy doesn't exist yet? Oh, right. That's after this. None of that matters for Dragon Rage? Really? Dragon Rage is always a flat 40, no matter if it's super effective or not? Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Nothing influences Dragon Rage except accuracy, so all in all, nothing affects Dragon Rage, because Dragon Rage doesn't give a shit about accuracy. It just deletes my entire team and then doesn't even take me out to dinner first. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. Sorry, I was kind of yapping over it. History. Oh, so they... do I even know why I got banned from court, or is that like... someone's scarred? Dude, the first gym having that is broken. The fact that I even had... Okay, honestly, I don't think I had a single Pokemon over 40 HP. But the fact that it spared me after 3 uses... I literally came out with 1 Pokemon. Did we pull a classic Phoenix Wright and forge evidence? I don't think we did. I think what we might have done, I remember the last case being about the police trying to cover things up, but because our client was getting shafted by all that, we kind of kept pushing, and they didn't like that one bit. And that's pretty much all I remember. But I don't remember us getting banned or anything. Made you delete Excadrill? Okay, but... Okay, I'm sorry for Trapinch. I love Trapinch. But Excadrill, I'm doing you a favor, okay? You didn't want Excadrill into Excadrill violence anymore. But also... I didn't want my guys to leave either. Like, Bidoof, okay, you know, unfortunate. But I do like that Bidoof can technically learn a lot of different type moves. That Pokemon, I know that Pokemon is broken. My Parasect, it might not have been the strongest, but goddamn if status effects aren't a great godsend in these type of games. Too bad that it got absolutely flattened, and I kind of forgot what my last Pokemon was. I lost Bidoof, I lost Parasect, and I lost something else. I don't remember. And then just as I got some new Pokemon, I run into the White Legendary. Are you fucking with me? Brewing Aris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. Such aspect saved you as against Kyurem, cause your Arbok hit Gilead, which paralyzed it? Oh, that's big. I mean, status effects still saved me because I got lucky with the Bulbasaur, that's now an Ivysaur. That, I mean, I constantly put them to sleep and just let Leech Seed do its thing. And then as soon as they wake up, another sleep out. And luckily, somehow, Ivysaur outspeeds most things for now. So I actually go first and they don't even get to act. The gym leader had 2 hyper potions. Yeah, that was kind of disgusting. They have a lot of potions in this game. Become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Mr. Naruhodo. How about I manhandle you? Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically, Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court in Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? The God King Emperor Chief Justice of Mankind? He even said it. Not my favorite fellow. It's not mine either. Wait, why do I hate him? What? Hasn't he been nothing but nice to me? Marathon is immune to Leech Seed, and it's so insanely tanky it's unreal. Yeah, that's kind of my problem. As soon as there's a grass type, it's usually an issue. But luckily I have my... what's the name again? I can only think of the German one. Logekick? Keeps aura farming when we're around? I mean, so? Just be better. Blaziken? Yeah, that one. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could, like no one ever was. And I can't do that just sitting around here. Tell me about the Great Exhibition. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. Look down on? Do you mean those things? Fly? Prothorn was the only Pokemon you had that could deal damage against Kyurem because it sealed your Dragon Rage turn 1. I fucking hate that. I have some Pokemon that legit only have 1 damaging move, and there's so many enemies that just randomly throw a disable out there, and then I just have to sit there. There's so many enemy Pokemon that have disable, that have paralyze, that have confusion on them. It's insane the amount of status effects that you have to deal with. Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky. Sky high? Oh my god, JoJo reference. Sorry. Don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. Not even disable, it's just a move that seals the moves of the type the caster is for the entire team. Oh, I didn't know it was that broken. I thought that seal kind of just worked like disable. But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. What? Have you never seen hot air rise? I can't understand it at all. That's true. Of a lot of new scientific discoveries, most people can't understand them at first. It was disgusting. Have to steal Clawlet, cure him for like 7 turns. You know what also was disgusting? Who was it? I don't think it was the gym leader. I think it was one of the guys that you mandatorily had to fight before the gym leader. They had a Garboda that threw out toxic spikes. Wait, no, it was one of the two rival fights. One of them just had a Garboda and threw out toxic spikes turn 1 to set up. That was fucking vile. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge. I suppose they might be. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Oh yeah, I think you missed that. In the beginning, we saw a short cutscene where somebody vaporized somebody else to teleport them. So that's gonna be a fun court case. Let's really bring out your Arbok. It had the ability that lets it cure its own side effects. Ooh. I think my Psyduck has Cloud 9? Wait, no, Cloud 9 was something else. I think Cloud 9 just doesn't let your attack, defense, accuracy get debuffed because you're too dumb to understand it. Okay, I don't know, man. I don't think I have anything against poison. I used to, but my Psychic type died. Cloud 9 destroys weather effects? Wait, then which is the one where you're so stupid you can't get affected by attack up, down, yada yada? Still, I wish I'd seen it though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are. Okay, why are we calling them scams? Says the innocent 10-year-old god. Yeah, that creates guns in her free time. And see here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Sake. Just know what Clyde 9 does, because you fought a Psyduck earlier today. I see. Shadows cast behind. Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? I also think the desert is kind of funny, because most things in there just don't have the capabilities because of the randomizer to deal with the sandstorm. So it's just slowly waiting out who dies first. Except one of the random Pokemon that I have in my desert is actually the crocodile Pokemon, the second evolution of it. So that just, you know, didn't feel like moving. You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. You're acting very strangely, Hurley. What do you mean? Well, usually... the more mysterious and complicated the cases, the better Hurley's mood. Is this really a case that's bothering you? Aris, please, you mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. Says the guy that regularly accuses people of murder. And just let your Ferrothorn sit there since it doesn't get hit by Sandstorm and deals retaliatory damage whenever physically attacked because of its ability. Yeah, I can just sit there and let the Sandstorm damage blink off me with a Leech Seed. You say that, do you, Mr. Sholmes? Never mind. Once I have had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. The what now? Was a deep sigh. Still waiting for that thing to actually learn a grass move? Ferrothorn? I don't even know Ferrothorn. I think I wanted one in my original Nuzlocke, but I don't think I got one. Or maybe I got one and it immediately got deleted. Wait, what? I don't move, I don't... What? Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive, so hopeful, about the coming future and the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. What the hell is that? Wait, isn't that our resident vampire? The Reaper attacked. The ruffians aim to intimidate a man of justice. Lord von Zeeks and compatriot Corner. Wait, he's even drawing his sword. So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what? What's the matter, Runo? Not the lost cat? The Reaper attacked. That's Lord von Zeeks. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know more, I wonder? Can we check on the lost cat? Can you imagine the lost cat plays into the greater whole? How do I... The Reaper attack. Zeke stole it to make it as familiar. Actually, it was as familiar, it got stolen, and he just went full anime mode to steal it back. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yeah, Prosecutor Baroque von Zeeks. They say that if the Reaper of the is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's on the dock. But why is he hot though? So many answers popped into my head. One of which, because he's a raging alcoholic. Another, the obvious being, because he's a good guy. And as we know, good guys cannot be ugly. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. Is he just describing modern day Ace Attorney America? I almost said Japan. America. You've seen some people? God damn it, it didn't work. What, did it? It didn't. Wait, what? Hold on. I gotta check something. Wait, that's not it. How does one? Do this, do that, do this, that. it should work. Oh well, maybe it takes some time. Even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. So experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? You've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. The leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper. Retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, you mean Lord von Zeeks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time. He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. I kind of just thought of him like that one anime scene from Ace Attorney where Edgeworth drives in his car and it's edited with the like rap music. Just him riding in a really high-end carriage with something equal. Just somebody slamming Shakespeare. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness. Is he alright then? Is Lord von Zeeks hurt? Wait, from which year is it again? Isn't it 18-something? They know what guns are yet? Or at least the Japanese do? Does Sholmes know how good Zeeks is at a fight? I'm guessing Sholmes is the masked guy that was next to Zeeks. My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Guns have existed in Japan since the 1600s? Damn. So what Lord von Zeeks and his condition? All will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. Wait, those teasers? They actually have the cliffhanger stuff down. Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? They were brought over by Spanish, British, and Dutch traders and navies. I know that they should have guns since the Industrial Revolution. And I guess that's kind of already been the case considering all the infrastructure that we've seen, but I don't know. It's kind of difficult to get a grasp on some inventions. Just seeing how long they've been around. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, you really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. The president of the US could have written a telegram to a real Japanese samurai. Yeah, I know, Abe Lincoln at the time, right? Well then, see you later indeed. If I for once have my historical dates correct. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out the door. Holy... I think we're getting sued by Disney if we keep this costume on. Right then, Runo, let's get going. Oh, Eris, what are you wearing? I've got change to go to the Great Exhibition. You're going to take me. If you don't do the voice, not if I don't add a ha-ha to her. What? What? But I was just about to go see the Supreme Court. Oh, well, that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then, haha! Alright. Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you? Aha! Time to send the La Joyas! I'll see you in hell! New location has been added. The Lord Chief Justice's Emperor of Mankind's office. You know, I think a visit to this place could be a good idea. What shall I make for breakfast tomorrow? Why don't I surprise you, Runo? It's been 6 months now, hasn't it? Since Susie went back to... Honestly, you know, every time... I know people like to dunk on Britain when it comes to food, but usually not for breakfast. British breakfast is so good, I really miss it. You could never? I'm not speaking of beans and toast, Britain has such a hearty breakfast, it kinda just speaks to me. Sausages, bacon, eggs, all the good stuff. British breakfast looks like 3 meals in one. Hell yeah! Don't know how they eat more meals that day. They got the protagonist gene in them, they just keep eating. I don't know, it's 6 months since I was last here. But some things never change. Like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. She is right at home, I guess. Doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here. Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. We came here 6 months ago. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. Oh, I understand you wish to speak with... I forgot the voice I gave him. Japan. Japanese. Oh, a lot stronger. I trust you've been keeping well. Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Oh no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. He's such a little bottom for this guy, it's crazy. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. He's such a pushover, yeah. Male Strongheart. It's probably my but Male Strongheart just kinda sounds funnier. Lord Chief Justice, Emperor of London. God King. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. It's a pun on Maelstrom? Yeah. That's kind of how I interpreted it. You need only savor the air for a moment in his grand office to understand his preeminent status. The fuck are you talking about? Is he just saying that he has quality air? As opposed to the rest of industrial London? This is the one place where you can actually breathe? The name Mael is actually a Briton name, meaning prince or not. Wait, actually? As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now on the way at least. We're extremely busy as a result. I can't get a good voice right now. Policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. They actually researched this one. You know what I just noticed? I don't know if there's a deeper meaning behind it or not, but he has the same brooch or something, the little neck thing here, as the Reaper, Mr. Zeke's got going on. Plus the little crown thing on top, but I don't know, maybe they're related. Maybe there's one good brother, one bad brother. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. Now that I mentioned it, he also has those bluish eyes. The world? Not yet. He's gonna summon the world. Can you imagine Hideo poses when we press him in a corner? In one of the final trials? As we are the hosting nation, I have much to do. And that is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. Say it out loud! Say it with gusto! That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens. I don't know. Just take a deep breath and come out with it. Wait. Let me examine the area first. The cogs of the giant clock are keeping time as usual with their steady rhythmical motion. It's really quite disturbing how little sound they make considering their massive size. Someone very brilliant must have designed it, and whoever maintains it must be very talented too. But I'm not entirely convinced it's even a clock. What about the huge clock face that forms the window over there? Aesthetics, Bruno, aesthetics. Some people just make machines that move for the fun of it, because they enjoy watching them. It's actually a rocket, correct? Actually a giant laser, a la Final Fantasy VII. Even if the outcome isn't quite right. Never mind all the trouble it gets others into along the way. The Lord Chief Justice's desk. When you look at that, there's no mistaking Lord Strongheart's authority, is there? It's the British space laser, only to be used once they rule the world? Well, that's gonna take a while then. They kind of fumbled the bag. They almost were there and then they gave up on it. But the light from that window behind is far too bright. It would be very bad for the eyes. I hadn't thought of that. There are no curtains, that's for sure. What's more important? Having a desk with an air of authority, or having eyes that work? Why not both? How about both? Can't say I ever considered it. They'll take the US back once the social experiment is done. But from the looks of it, it seems like the US is taking everything else before the British get their chance to get their comeback. After all, my little office barely has any light to speak of, and I haven't really seen my desk in a while. The Armored Knights. I just had a great idea, Mechanical Knights. I could hide inside these suits of armor and spy on the Bob Watchmaster. The what? The Bob Watchmaster and find out what he's really like? I don't have much interest in what Lord Strongheart is really like, though. Oh, please, that would be fun. You could be inside the left one and I'll go in the right one. You really want to have a go in a suit of armor, don't you? Now you're making fun of me because I'm a child, aren't you? I wasn't making fun of you at all. I'd like to have a go too. I've seen a short of some guys doing a prank, quote unquote, where one of them hides in a suit of armor and the other one dresses up as a delivery man and wheels him in and just places him in an art exhibition. And then naturally the people that work there come in and go like, what is this? What are you doing? They're like, oh, I was supposed to deliver it here. And they're like, no, what is this? Like, you got anything to show? And they also, like the dude in the piece of armor was doing such a shit job that they immediately suspected that there's a real guy inside. You can read all these books even if you were reincarnated 3 times over. As the bookworm. Oh my god, the new hit isekai. Speaking of, okay, I don't know how I'm gonna yap, well, I'm gonna have to read too. Oh, I know. So much reading material. I'm very envious. I've really been running out of things to read recently. That's because you read so fast. Perhaps little by little I could swap some of the books here with some of mine from home. I don't see why not. I see why not. That's criminal. Just ask. No one would notice, or at least I wouldn't. Yeah, okay. You know, whatever. I'm not gonna touch that one. Even if I was reincarnated 3 times over as a librarian. That's already an isekai. And yes, it is pretty good actually. Being reincarnated as a bookworm? There's no way. It's the actual title too? Hold on, I need to believe this. I don't want to believe. Reincarnated as a sword? Why is as a sword twice here? As a slime? Once the literature and once the TV show. I was reincarnated as the 7th prince so I can take my time perfecting my magical ability. Yeah, shortest isekai title ever. Why do I see results that go up to season 4? What's happening? Ascendance of a Bookworm is the title? Brother, what? Wait, I actually have seen GIFs or pictures of this. I recognize the art style. I don't know anything about it though. It's a pretty good show. Well, if there's 4 seasons of it, I would say probably so, yeah, but also, I guess having a lot of seasons doesn't mean a lot sometimes. Anyway, I've seen an article today about the creator or the director, not the creator, the director of the rerun anime, and how he was yapping, and some other people too, about anime and the direction it's going in, and how there's a problem, or the headline was, ooh, director of rerun anime yaps about the problem with Western anime fans. And that's just not the topic at all. They basically just talk about the problems with the modern anime market and that popular stuff is popular, duh. But that means that there's a lot of tropes and tropiness in modern anime, and it's more or less all the same and not really unique, and that kind of just muddies the water and makes it boring to work with and so on and so forth, which I can agree with. But then also there were some brain-dead takes in there, like, oh yeah, the insistence that we make a faithful anime adaptation. That wasn't from him, that was from somebody else interviewed. The insistence that we make faithful anime adaptations instead of our own thing is just bad. And meanwhile I have to think like, what do you mean? It's supposed to be an adaptation. Like, how about you don't change the adaptation? That usually does not work. You can relate to that. One of them, I think the director behind Ghost in a Shell, it was, even yapped about the reincarnated as a vending machine. How he saw that title and he had to pause for a second because he couldn't believe his eyes. Make your own thing. How about you write your own original story instead of stealing someone else's characters and titles? Exactly. And also, the whole thing that popular stuff is popular, I get that. And that just kind of goes to show what the general audience likes. But I don't think that's a problem in and of itself. The problem is that that's where the money is, obviously, because it appeals to most people. So those are obviously gonna get adapted more. So if you have a story that is super niche but unique, then yeah, fat chance you're gonna get that animated. It's gonna already be super hard to get that serialized. Like, from what I hear about Shonen Jump and all those weekly magazines, trying to get into those with your story is beyond difficult. And usually you have to neuter your original concept so much just to gain more broad mass appeal to be considered for a weekly or any sort of, release. The vending machine is kind of a Chad. No fuss or whatever. Just content being a damn vending machine. Well, yeah, listen, I'm not shit-talking the vending machine anime, even though I haven't watched past, I think, episode 1 or 2. I think the general thing they meant by that was that there's such a shit ton of reincarnation stuff and isekai stuff, and it's just all more or less the same. Permission to work, please. I actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in a court of law has been revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. No. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? They're not wrong, but especially the vending machine is at least somewhat original. Yeah, there's definitely worse examples out there. They also talked about something that, I don't know, I guess that's something where you have to be more in the whole field to really see all that. About how many anime are now out there that have level up in their title. That there's not that many anymore, which probably means that that whole genre will die out, which personally I don't see happening, really. As long as there's dweebs out there that like video games, I think there's gonna be anime and manga out there that have level up stuff going on. Jobless reincarnation. I mean, if anybody ever tells you they enjoy that show, that's like an instant self-report. You just can immediately steer clear from those people. And how the whole level up system is a stand-in for the American dream or something, which I had no idea where that came from. At best, you're a substitute for a compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. And that was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened... I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. And that's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? Oh, what do you mean? The mission? It's not making any sense. Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean? As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's so wonderful, Bruno. In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, eh? Of course. Please tell me more. You can pay rent now. No! You describe it as a curious affair. Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident in the Great Exhibition yesterday? Oh, no. Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see, how was it described? Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis. In short, schwink or schwink. Can we not catch a stray for 5 seconds? I know, we exude an aura of bullyableness. That's right. Sorry. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil may care. Rank and Stein. That's gonna be something dumb about it for sure. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage, and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odie Assman. The Assman. An investor and a well-known figure in society. Large explosion. Why would he volunteer for one of these experiments? Untested ones. Not the Assman who will judge asses now. I guess we will have to take up the mantle. London's asses shall not go unjudged. The man responsible for the experiment is Professor Albert Brain. Okay, that's a good one actually. But also, as soon as we talked about the judging asses and so on, I immediately had to think back to prison school and the whole shit like, oh, a true assman can't be a bad person. That anime is so stupid. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder. What murder? If you intend to take honest offense, you should hurry to meet with him in prison. You hate that show with a passion, the style is giga off-putting for you? Really? Honestly, I kind of like that style. lends itself to the obscure, over-the-top comedy, I think. There's very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. Also, the comedy in that show is just so peak stupid. I don't know, it speaks to my inner teenager. Don't vibe with the haha, look at me, I'm 14 and just discovered boobs comedy. That's valid. We should go to the prison straight away then, and try to meet with the German professor, don't you think? Definitely. Ah yes, and one more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh. What about this? All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. Why? Wouldn't you want to do that after the Great Exhibition so you can talk about the inventions? And how to move forward? Next month, the largest and most important of them will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly. Summons pigeons. London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. What? 6 million people living in London? Think of a world exposition as an international dokomi. There's panels all the time there as well. It sounded to me though that as the exhibition went on, every country around the world would have like little meetups. You know, it wouldn't just be here, it would be all over Europe and so on. There's almost 9 million people in London right now. What the fuck? That's insane. How do they fit all in there? And sadly, crime in the capital is growing at similarly startling rates. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Without 2 world wars, guarantee it would have been even more. Well, I mean, kind of, but then you might also just say, oh, what about the plague, you know? Without the plague, there would be more now too, yada yada. It's like... Okay, saying it's kind of a natural selection type deal is weird, but... it's just kind of how history works. Some catastrophe or another, whether man-made or not, is always gonna decimate population at some point. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly. The future of policing. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly. Extremely alarming. By Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the number of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry? The way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier. I shall detail everyone now. I... Oh, fascinating. It all began 15 years ago. I was... Oh god, he's gonna unleash his autism at me. He's a sick number. The capital city of London has a population density of 5,597 people per square kilometer. Whoa. Wait, per square kilometer? That's... Huh. So, for every... No, never mind. Or... Yes? No, never mind. It's still kind of insane though. Going to Wikipedia? Wait, no, yeah. That would mean there's a bit more than 5 people per every square meter, no? Am I dumb? I feel like I'm dumb. So if it's square kilometer, it's more? I think that checks out? Really? It's kind of freaky. But I guess that's why we build up into the sky with most of our buildings. Yeah, no, I understand the whole high-rise part. I don't know, it's just kind of a wild thing to try and visualize. I think I've also seen an informatic once that took all of humanity and put them in a cube without squishing. Just, you know, how big the size would be compared to a landmass. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got a nose in another book now. How's it over? Did you learn anything useful? I actually drifted off for the most part. Surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Okay, I guess we move on. Wait, hold on. I want to rub it in his nose. Check this out. By the way, Lord Strongheart, about this. The symbol of a defense lawyer in the Japanese judiciary. Oh, I didn't expect you to know that. We never accept foreign students before first researching the legal systems of their home countries. But such trinkets are merely for show. The only true measure of your worth is your performance in court. Okay. You wanna talk about this? You seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition? Of course. No, not that. The story of the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Oh, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he? There's no reason for concern. Lord von Ziegs would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. He got raped? Very well. Oh my god, Lord, on time. Unfortunately, Lord von Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked though? Do we know? It's related to events that occurred 1 month ago. The leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by von Zieks. But I thought he doesn't take cases unless I'm there. He was armed with a bottle of wine. He used the drunken sword style. But the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. Why does this sound eerily familiar? The victim's henchmen certainly seem to think so. He was a man by the name of Asman? Mr. Odie Asman? Isn't that the guy that supposedly exploded? What do you mean? Oh, he exploded because he got prosecuted but didn't get prosecuted. Ah, I see. Wouldn't it be funny if we actually pressed the advantage against Deeks in court and unveiled that he's the murderer? Try me? I'd rather not. You would beat my ass. What do you use a lot on Zeeks as a prosecutor? Strike fear into the hearts of men. Would it be funny if he actually doesn't get prosecuted and just fucking dies? Which one? Who? Who doesn't get prosecuted? Von Zieks? I don't think he will get prosecuted. Why would he? They'd need to link it to him. Other criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord von Zieks. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here. I have von Zieks work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, the deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. Because it was me all along! How can you explain the many ways, other ways so many have died if not for someone's hand? Well, it could be someone's hand, but that doesn't mean it's von Zieks, you know? What if there's just a vigilante out there that sees them go free and is like, no! Not on my watch! Von Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he's no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the crown. Gotta be the judge? That would actually be an insane plot twist. I already got shocked when I saw the judge from Japan take action for once in his life. Wait, we yapped for 11 hours? What? Time stops for no man. Besides me, the world! I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Where would I find Lord Von Zieks now? I would assume that he's in his office. I am very curious to see that office. Away with you, I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense entirely in your hands. Okay, if anybody ever hits you with away with you in real life, it's over. I haven't been to this place yet. Don't forget to take me with you when you go. Oh, we're going right now. They just outflexed you? True. Okay, that's his chalice collection and wine bottle collection, I see. Why does he have a miniature of the teleporter? Also, is there a massive portrait of himself in the background? There better be a self-portrait. Can you imagine it's just a giant portrait of the God King Emperor? It sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazing, deathly atmosphere. Oh, is that? I don't know what that is. I don't know that outfit. Wait, is that the rich man? Surely not. Maybe he was trying to get the rich man out and the explosion was a distraction. He was trying to keep him safe from the gang or something. Lord Von Cultist. He's sitting in a rather Japanese way, which is concerning. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you well. So, who's the person over there by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice. And he's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know you had an apprentice. Must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. Turns out it's Kazuma. He's very able in combat. A requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Who captured that picture? The craziest photographer in all of London. You're referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper. I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. Also, I think I lied. I don't think they actually do have the same chess piece going on. He looks like a punishment to me. Never seen someone sitting like that before. He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Think perhaps he's dead? If he was dead, Bruno, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Well, have you ever seen the hit show One Piece? Well, anyway, dead or alive, there's no overly approachable... he's not very overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us. Someone's never seen Whitebeard? Right, it just shows that she has no taste. So we're not gonna look at him or anything. We're not gonna unveil who that is. It's gonna be a... Why are there bats? Okay. There were bats. Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect. Wait, so this is common knowledge? But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. She can't watch it with Sholmes around because he keeps yapping. Sholmes would probably spoil the entire show while you're watching. He'd be like, yo, this is a hint for in 300 episodes when this happens. He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper then. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary though, either way. So we're just gonna not further question the swarm of bats he keeps. Each of these filled with wine. Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there. Casks of the Reaper's in the Reaper's chambers. Or are they baskets? You don't think all those people who escaped with convictions in court are lying inside them? Did you? Are we okay? Everyone needs a hobby or two? What a ridiculous notion, what ridiculous notions are going through your head. This is my collection of fine vintages. He's right there. He's right behind me, isn't he? Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. Runa and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper. I wouldn't. If I hadn't invited yourselves. If you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. No wonder he hates us, we're assholes. Yeah, we just barge into his place, go like, oh, you look well, and then immediately poke around in all his business. That portrait really dominates the room, like he dominates the courtroom. Yo, okay! Look at him! It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Von Zeke's facial features. The fuck are you saying? Why are we being rude? Having a portrait of yourself painted like that would go crazy. Like, yeah, crazy ego and so on, but come on. Come on now. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think. That reminds me. He had Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. We actually putting him on the same pedestal as Napoleon here. We're comparing those two. We being this rude. How vain. It's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it? That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh, then, who is it? Twin brother? Dad? Can we stop slandering him? I think it's just all the deep-seated hatred at him constantly coming at Japan that's now coming out. It's coming up to surface. You mean nothing in particular here. Look, it's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground. That's amazing. Wonder why it's here. Perhaps it's made to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person. Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. He's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket, so he builds the entire thing himself. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid. Unicornies have no business painting others so overly reserved. I really didn't think he'd overhear that. You're in the middle of his room, my guy! He's so angry, justifiably so for once. Lord Von Zeke's desk. Look, it's so stylish. And that's a marble chess set besides it. Chess? That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems. I'm curious which came first, chess or shogi, or if they just developed side by side in a similar fashion. Oh, really? You probably like chess problems in that case. I love to challenge Lord Von Zeke sometimes. To a bout of shogi problems. Okay, so you need home court advantage? That's kind of weak. If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home. Do you like chess problems? I think they're neat, but sometimes kind of... Well, I'm probably just too dumb for them sometimes. Sometimes I don't see why they want me to do certain things. With a fine collection of hollowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up and all. Chess and shogi both originate from the same Indian game called Chaturanga, somewhere between the 3rd and 6th century. Wait, that's so interesting. My hollowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. Only to shatter them in court? What the hell? Well, as long as you pay them, I guess. And did you throw them around in court like they were worthless? Yes. Because this imbecile is so unimaginable and repeatedly wide off the mark sometimes. Yeah, okay, like, I'm sorry, man. I didn't ask to be born. What the hell? Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider my poor artisans whose work you defile. Okay, man. So, it's my fault? Silly me. How could I ever have thought otherwise? Brother? He's got a point? He doesn't, though. Shogi developed in the East and went from China to Korea and Japan, while chess traveled down the Silk Road towards Europe, where it took on its own identity. So, is Chaturanga its own thing as well, or is that more like shogi or more like chess? Like, is it more like one or the other, or is it its own thing and then the two kind of sprang forth as their own version of the game? Last night's attack. But Strong had said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack. True. Carried out by henchmen of Odiasman. Odiasman's criminal organization. An investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hoped to kill me before that happened. Odiasman. It's more like chess. Came to Europe via the Sassanid Persian Empire, who adopted it into the chess we're familiar with now. And nowadays, chess is just a thing where people use sex toys to cheat with. They just pop some beads in their booty. And on the highest level, it's just played by some of the biggest man children ever known. Not played anymore by historians, and historians don't even really know the rules fully. But nobody ever bothered to write them down. That's so unfortunate. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhanded means, by his criminal activities. And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? The successor to it, but that one obviously doesn't use the original rules. It's kinda like playing Uno. There's an official rule set, but nobody cares for it. Oh, that's okay. That took me a brief second. I thought the chess game, or like the version of it, was like Uno, and I was like, how do you play chess like it's Uno? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper. But the man got his comeuppance in the end. You draw 4 pawns. Yesterday, in fact. In extraordinary circumstances. They just pop on down a I killed your queen, and then you go like, haha, I have my own I killed your queen, therefore my queen doesn't die, but 2 of your queens die. I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Assman died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. You think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. This man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least. It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Bruno? I mean, what with you taking on the Professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You going to be defending him? Yeah, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Hairbrain. That's right. You know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. I understood that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though. Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. So you were students together? I was in the faculty of London, of course, and he in science. So our paths really crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you of all people representing him. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know, because the prosecution will be handled by me. What? The only prosecutor in London doing the prosecution? That's so crazy. Oh, we are friends, it's true. But crime is crime. What do you mean by what you said before? I'd like to know the Reaper's true identity. Does that mean I'm a crown prosecutor and a mortal like any other? I'm no demigod. But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Well, Natsume's still alive, I think. Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. It was Ginny, in fact. She's so hardworking now. I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But at this point, the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was the hand of their own kind. That's not my work. Believes you are not involved in any way. But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true. The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. So he's just old school London Batman. I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. Yeah, but, you know, he can handle himself. So if that just keeps a lot of other people safe, I think that's fair enough. If that is my fate, let God decide. Freaking insert Kratos going like, if death wants me, he needs to earn me. Death can have me when it earns me. Why is he so badass? It's just a bit different. Yo, you wanna see my Japanese attorney badge? I know you've seen this around my arm before, but... what is it exactly? It's the mark of a defense lawyer, in Japan at least. What's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor? Oh, well... I don't know, really. I can understand, at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today. But that's a personal matter. Something you may want to keep close at all times, not something to flaunt. No, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding, though. Okay. Get my achievement for bragging. If you want to play one of these as a prosecutor, there's a game, I don't know if you're the prosecutor, but there's a spin-off game that they ported to Steam where you play as Edgeworth. Ah, yes. Seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea it had been photographed. It was careless of me. It's as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though. Is a new prosecutor not just Edgeworth Game 65? Fair enough. I don't even know if you're an actual prosecutor in that game. Honestly, I think you're probably just gonna be the average defense attorney in that game. They're gonna probably pull some shenanigans strings and go like, ah, well, you see, he lost his license or wants to follow his dream to become a defense lawyer after all, but only for this short time and yada yada. Didn't Edgeworth have a stunt as an attorney for a while? What do you mean? Rest assured, the police will have already apprehended every last one of them. He did stand in for Phoenix as a defense attorney once, for like one case against the Von Karma lady. I don't remember exactly the case. I think there was something hospital related to it. But Phoenix also got into... Oh wait, I think it was the first part of the last case. I think, because Phoenix jumped down a flaming bridge into an ice-cold river and was hospitalized for ages. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. I say in the wrong voice. I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? Phoenix rarely is a unique kind of, really is a unique kind of dumb. He usually doesn't do too much dumb stuff himself. Except when he repeatedly falls for the one girl that keeps trying to pin murder on him. And he's just like, oh, my beloved, yes. Who cares? Abuse me. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? Wait, we actually gonna talk about him? He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. But for her again when she was already dead. But for the freaking twin sister. Like at that point, if you're the twin sister, that's just gonna be weird, right? Because at that point, he just likes you for your looks. Because you look like your sister. I guess you could say he has a type though. The twin sister was the one dating him for a year. Oh yeah, I forgot about that shit. That was such a weird plot twist. Also, don't call me fucking Herlock's apprentice. I will fling you against the nearest wall, child. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. Yunosuke, you good there? Your voice became kinda deep. His, jewels dropped. He's not one from English follies. There will be a good one for his actions. I hope you're right. Whoa, okay, wait, you're looking kind of scary, actually. The task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. So who do we think it is? Do we think it's Sherlock? Do we think it's Kazuma? Do we think it's somebody we don't even know? Maybe it's even a woman, but I don't know which woman it would be. You also would too if you talk to Zeeks. Just a passive jewel drop. Saying it's Kazuma, it would be funny. It would be funny. Also, you know, the whole thing about... Well, I think we did see him die, but the whole thing about, ooh, his true purpose here, yada yada. And the fact that he was supposedly murdered to hinder him from that purpose. Maybe it's Kazuma's twin brother that nobody knew about. Or it's Kazuma, and it's Kazuma. Kazuma and Kazuma. From America. From the Great American Isles. I didn't feel like it's our first encounter. Okay, so it is somebody we know. Plus the fact that they're sitting Japanese. I mean, it has to be, right? Wait, so I'm just a mere apprentice anyway. Oh, no, I mean... Sorry, I didn't mean to. And the way he stood there so casually, yet in that flawless posture... Okay, I mean, so we're really laying it on thick. I wonder how they're going to explain away that he survived. Can you stop being gay for half a second? I don't think that's possible, I'm sorry. That Nippon man. Is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. With the stoop, and the mustache, and the jitters. Mr. Natsumi, you mean? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Rono. Well, how many other Japanese men have we seen in London? Received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Maybe you should get a personality then? So true. A personality besides being a bumbling coward that constantly screams at you. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you spend it investigating the case. Yeah, thank you for the advice, and for the conversation. I believe he's asking after Sasuke's-san. After Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. Oh, what the... What is she saying? Never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? Well, could you really say they're friends? It sounds more like they were acquaintances, if anything. A mad scientist? You mean Professor Hairbrain? Yes. Might be worth quizzing the professor about this relationship with Lord Von Zeeks, I think. Me thinketh. 22nd October, local prison cell 11. The warden said cell 11, and that's this one. You sense a stereotype here? Well, just because he's described as German, even though he's supposedly British, he's blue-eyed, blonde, and because he's a mad scientist, he's sitting like Elf from freaking Death Note. What stereotypes? There's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner, look. What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain? Now, the question is, though, is he gonna be an annoying character or not? Who are you? I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Okay. It's just lanky Western Soseki. Ah, a lawyer, you say? Oh, would you be here about the experiment? His name tag is the German Imperial flag. I was thinking about that, but it was missing the emblem in the middle, so I didn't know about that. You're going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... Yesterday's demonstration. The emblem is a World War II invention? Oh. I thought there was... Well, maybe not. The demonstration was... The magnificent demonstration was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in this science. When it's explained, they'll leave at high velocity. Someone did disappear. Only we could disappear. That's probably not a good time to mention that our Yuzio made my concentration leave for a while too. So... talk to me. The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? I'm crazy, so I can only talk in all caps. Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose, in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success. You lost me. I saw it with my own eyes, right there in front of me. Mr. Assman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Assman in fact perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. Did you say spontaneously disassembled? Yeah, the whole idea was that he sends extreme electricity into a living human being, and then TLDR gets teleported. Like, every atom that makes him up gets evaporated, the data gets transferred to the place in the Crystal Tower, and there he would get reassembled one-to-one. Which I thought in the beginning would just be some stupid magic trick, where it's gonna turn out, oh, it's gonna be twins or something. But apparently he actually just vaporized the dude. It's DDS2 rules? Yeah, kinda. But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for the man's death. That is the immutable truth here. A little early, my guy. Wait another 150 years? I feel like you need more than 150 years. I don't think we're anywhere close to this. And for that, I wish to be punished at once. But murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident, simply an accident. Also, can you really call it murder if the guy volunteered? I see. Hallie and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder. How exactly? Because it's two different charges? Calling it murder because clearly someone else killed the dude? Well, yeah, but this guy, you know, if you are going to accuse this guy, then it's not really murder. Because the idea was to get him vaporized, which happened, and he volunteered for it. It's not like he got picked out of a crowd. British racism at it again. But this guy's British too. It's the British against the British. If it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. What? Ah, yes. It's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by. But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say that my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pore over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my ideas. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. If you're talking about Germany, that means we are already in Imperial Germany, meaning the British and the German currently have a naval arms race going on. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. I see now. How do you prove somebody had no intention of killing somebody else? Ultimately became the factor in kicking off World War I. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition showground yesterday. Yes, or rather no. The devil is in the details, and strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. It's the same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electronic bonds. So it must be possible using this sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see. That's my amazing hypothesis. How are you at human testing already if it's only a hypothesis, though? Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in the cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Yeah, that would be incredible. Sounds incredibly dangerous. Yeah, I thought that he at least tested it, and that it's not doing his first test on a human at the exhibition. What happens if like 5 of your particles get caught on a random wall? Well, don't think about it. You'll just lose some memories. You'll forget how to breathe. You know, nothing serious. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at a great Parisian theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within my reach. So no more hiding in wardrobes and rocky seas for 50 years. I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Iris? Don't you make sure the particles rearrange themselves in the same manner and don't become a Cronenberg monster? Well, supposedly he had that figured out, but also supposedly you wouldn't get exploded when you jump in, so... I don't know how this guy got okayed to show off anything at that exhibition, honestly. You could travel anywhere in the world instantly. The planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. Yeah, but isn't that also kind of a good thing? Evidently he's just fucking stupid. Surprise, surprise. The guy we're defending is a moron. My word. That's exactly right. What are the implications? What does this mean? Oops. That's Professor Bunny Brain really worried. What? That's got Professor Bunny Brain really worried by the look of it. Clearly this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstration costs a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. Just because you can become a lawyer doesn't mean you should. Honestly, if all my cases would look like this, I don't think I would become a lawyer. I'd rather start working in, like, customer service than have to deal with the extreme nutcases of society. Can we demonstrate it on the jurors? Depending on the jurors. If it's Top Hat Man again, or the guy that never wants to be there because of his wife, but he always is there, then go crazy. Or the old man that never listens to anything and then just pronounces guilty anyway, because he believes in God. But he's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more into science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Assman. And the victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? What's the pun for this guy, by the way? Odie Assman? Oh, die? Ass man? Yeah, that's the name. What exactly was your relationship with the man? First visited me in the laboratory in German. The only thing that I can think of would be Asmodeus, but I don't know about that one. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then. Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. He's an odious man. Maybe. He stinks of money. I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Assman provided me with money and an experimental engineer, exceptional, both. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. Hear me out. Is he the murderer if somebody else built the machine? I don't think so. If anything, I feel like the guy that made the machine should be on trial here. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Assman. I would never have thought of taking the man's life. He seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Japanese name is Iraida Menning or Menningen, which roughly translates to incredibly useless and bad person. But that's fire. Incredibly useless. Oh, it's Irai Dame Ningen? Or Irai Dame? I don't know if it's Irai Dame or Irai Dame. I understand Lord Von Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days. They just pulled the words together for the name. I mean, that's basically what they do a lot in the British or the English version as well now. Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Assuming gentlemanly. An all-around nice fellow, really. Are we gonna shit-talk him again? Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor Baroque von Zeeks. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Runo. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he's a little darling of the von Zeeks family, with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood. I mean, wouldn't the bloodline, the family, be well known? I feel like newspapers would have a field day with that. Oh, the great prosecutor that supposedly kills people is part of this noble family that everybody, you know, that got their hands on everybody's pies. Little darling. It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yeah, that's right. That sounds more like it. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Oh, I would make a guess here about some guy that was prosecuted but went free, and then he killed his family or something and left him with the scars on his face. Something along those lines. Maybe he killed his fiancée. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yeah, of course. He's heard all about the Reaper. I really don't have a heart to tell him that Lord Von Zeeks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. It's crazy to me how we are like in case number 7 out of 10, and we still don't really have any idea of the overarching plot. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, there was an accident, you're saying? They just keep repeating the same PowerPoints. Ooh, British government got something to hide. Ooh, Japanese government is involved somehow. Ooh, Barack von Zees is also in there somewhere. You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor of your work, is that correct? Would it hurt to get instantly vaporized by his machine? It's correct as 2 squared of 4. I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention. So we saw the corpse. We sure he's dead and it wasn't staged. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science. That's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Yeah, because men of science never invented anything that would take a person's life. Whoopsie, another weapon of mass destruction. Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that, all my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. That's all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of them matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Still well to you that Oppenheimer taught at a Japanese university in the 60s? Wait, that's a little unfortunate. I still haven't seen the movie. Supposedly it's great. He learned that in Imperial Germany? Yeah. Your nationality doesn't matter as long as you work hard. You have to work, work, work. When class was everything? Nah, psh. Just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Right, Rudo. It's time. Time to visit the great exhibition. Well, we need evidence. What, did he not want to collect evidence? That's where the incident happened, isn't it? What bootstraps? He can't afford those? I don't know, maybe snag some of that financial aid for the scientific experiments to buy some. What if I present him with the fact that his old friend got attacked? How could this have happened? I know what happened. It must have been that. What? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at a hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is. For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes, long and illogical. Well, you know, some scientists do believe in a higher power. Quantum physics? I think a lot of science is just kind of weird. Like when it comes into the finer details of it all. But I guess that's always the case with things that you don't understand. Can't explain it yet properly, so it just kind of appears weird until you figure out what's going on. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. I've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I've felt myself swooning 3 times. The scientists also just throw stuff at the wall to see what sticks. And then you have some people that somehow get a title and throw shit at the wall for no reason but to lie and make some easy bucks. Like the doctor that immediately got his title revoked after he did the whole vaccines cause autism's bullshit. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. Like, if somebody like that gets a doctor title, it just immediately makes you lose faith in everybody else. How much competency is really there? That one dude who falsely claimed wolves had an alpha, beta, and didn't know what he unleashed. Yeah, and then he spent the rest of his days trying to fix the mistake he did, only for nobody to listen to him. Amazing, isn't it? What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. Sounds like an argument. Feel bad for the guy? I mean, yo, she's back. I mean, he kinda did it to himself. Right. Better with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute. But yeah, go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. And you ain't got no evidence, and you know it. Wait, I know those voices. Holy, you're poor food, my man. Got a cheeky little mouth in you, young lady. But an item in the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, dare ya? You want that big old chips rammed down your throat. Yahoo! Grexy! What are you doing up there? No! It's you. Here. You're here. Your ladyship. How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue. Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. Oh right, wait, yeah, we are actually in current time again. How is he back? It's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be. Watch it, sunshine! Sorry. What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case? Yeah, I'm acting for that offense. So we're here to investigate. Dear me. The situation, is it really that troubling? Immediately 5 Bob. Is that all you got? Okay, I don't know why that popped into my head. You wanna hear some funny horse lore that I learned recently? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Nara-Odo. What? Hey! That's my last bit of spending money, that is. I can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother, 3 Bob. This is a Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, and this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, eh, Odo? Diver, pickpocket. What's it for the name calling? You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all of the I thought you were proud to be a diver. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? Seemed to have been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. There ain't no way to talk to a lady, or half a year's a long time, people can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. Should I have to call me... The hell is that? Looks like it's made out of carton. Or cardboard. So, you have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. And... Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. The Inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth. Anyway, investigation is off the cards for all of us. Why? What's that supposed to mean? I think either they made her taller, or I don't remember her size, or they just lifted the model up a little bit for this screen. Right? Well, are we back up top? You hold the fort down here, alright? Right, sir. This raises a lot of questions. Brrr. The Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. Was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is. Being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan. There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. A zoo? Hold on. Also, isn't everything in there getting cooked by the glass house effect? But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors. At the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw. And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut. Suddenly it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower. Oh, nice one. Not really. Apparently everyone's talking or taking to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up to the balloon now. Londoners must be very patient people. Oh look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth. It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. Pretty thick and stiff. Looks extremely durable. Is that cloth really? It's canvas, I think. Some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well. Maybe that means that it had something to do with the explosion. Let's make a note of it while Ginny's medion. Torn piece of canvas-like material backed with a rubber that was found under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds. There are scorch marks on the edges. Oh. Looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber line. Isn't that we know already? Mr. Delusional over here. Looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just now. Dropped or hid. Looks like a crossbow. Some part of a machine that exploded? Maybe. Could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing? Down to this, just in case. I mean, if that's not a crossbow, then I don't know. Oh, there's some sort of lever here. It says zipper. Oh, okay. It's like a cross between a bow and a gun. It's a gun bow. This fancy crossbow user. Sticky deck spells. Looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. Must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. That one must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. Pretty high up. About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what the policeman I just spoke to said. I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan. Oh yes, sorry. That's about 9 meters. But soon you'll have been in London a year, Bruno. It's time you get used to our measurements. What, do you mean bad measurements? This thing is so tall, the spectators at the front would just have been seen a wall and nothing more. They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed. As I was saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. That guy probably applies here. Been meaning to ask you for a while, but what are those flying around blobs floating in the sky? Oh, they're flying balloons. The flying balloons I've been talking about. I want to go up in one so much. I've read about situations like this in a magazine about strange phenomena. Creatures from outer space coming in round flying objects to attack Earth. How long have alien stories been around? What? I suppose inhabitants of other planets are bound to be interested in the Great Exhibition. This is it, Iris. It's happening. Get behind me! Give me the crossbow! Just shoots at the balloons. It's not, don't worry. I'll explain it all to you later over a nice cup of tea, Runo. The 5G towers got to him. Back then people actually got so crazy over them, they started shooting at them and vandalizing them. It's genuinely insane to me. That's where the cove ended up after its instant kinesis. If they're calling the experiment a success. That's a wooden scaffold they have. The coppers, or lads, they're set up after the incident happened. Get the body down, I think. Don't really. So it exploded and flung his body into the side of the building. Didn't you have to erect the scaffolding then? Nah, look at duty some of my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. I mean, Gregson doesn't hear you saying that. He'll give you the boot. Are you a big fan of some bastard just vandalizing the internet box for the entire street? Your local one, or...? The victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Some dweeb drove into the US? Oh god. We had it! I feel like ages, I don't remember how long it was, but some dude was so completely plastered. When he got into his car in like the middle of the night, he completely floated through a hobby store. And it's been like, it's pretty big. He got through a lot of stuff before his car came to a halt. And he was on a parking spot, so he must have immediately floated into I don't know how high. He blasted into that thing through the 2 doors at the beginning, through all the registers into the back of the store. It's fucking crazy. Apparently he survived though. It was about 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. People always survive, somehow. At the time she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think of in prison. At least I couldn't go on like this. I was. Diving weren't working out. I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done. Yippee. So, went from being a pickpocket to a detective. The more trash the car looks, the higher the chance that the person inside is fine. Well, that's because it means the car absorbed most of the shock, no? That's why you want your cars to crumple up like a piece of paper in a crash. You got it? Good in it, Inspector Lestrade. Sound like something out of the book, eh? Talk about a sea change. Then there's Iris' old man to think about. Iris' father, you mean? Yeah, promised I, didn't I? Did I get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him? Just a small promise then, nothing serious. Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how come I go at the test for Scotland Yard. My troubles. I don't read so well, do I? Same. Just a small problem, nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Gorexy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and make her a sort of apprentice. So many apprentices in this story. That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson and brave. Speaking of weird driving stuff, my dad, for some reason, I think we came back from the cinema or something, or at least it was like near the cinema. Got it in his mind that it suddenly was a perfect time to have that stereotypical, oh, let me teach you how to drive moment. So he, as he was driving, took off his hands, from the steering wheel and went, "Yo, you wanna drive for a bit? You wanna steer for a bit? Go on, steer." And I was like, "What the fuck do you mean, go and steer?" Like, holy fucking shit! And that's no idea what I had to do. What in God's name? I don't know. I don't know what came over him. It was so... He never did anything like that before. Or after, for that matter. It was such a random moment. And he didn't even brake first. I was like, yo, you wanna, at some empty parking lot or some empty side road. Just as we were driving on a normal road where other cars also drive. The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. Dad also did a driving lesson with you in his child snatcher van. And he also give you premium child snatching instructions while you're at it. Like a 2-for-1 lesson. So, the long and the short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Oh, what, Bruno, what? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. Did you drive up a hill from zero? Had never driven a car before, and he probably just thought it was funny seeing you try. I mean, it's probably extremely rough to try that out in something like a van, like a heavier car, because it kind of takes finesse to not kill the engine on a hill. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is still. Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Old Reaper, or whatnot it's called. Go, you don't have to worry, Otto. Didn't have worry. There probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. Have you a car, never used a gear stick before, didn't even know what the grinding point feels like? The grinding point, the point where you have it in such a perfect equilibrium that you're not moving, but you're also not hitting the brakes. The Reaper's kind of like I'm upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside, and I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong, might be stretching a point. What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought. It's when you're in first gear and the car moves just by you using the clutch and not the gas or brakes. Oh, that. I had my driving instructor taught me that if I'm in a 30 zone, I should not even have my foot on the gas. Just put it in a gear and let it slowly move on its own. But I'm like 78% convinced that he himself was pushing the gas a little bit. Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. Or was out of this world it was. Brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly it started billowing smoke. It just told you to be in second gear, which really fucking sucks because the car has the shift point from second to third gear at exactly 30 kilometers an hour. I think that's usually, well, maybe it's not for higher power cars. For my car, it's basically, if you're driving 30, you can go into third gear. If you're driving 40, you can go into fourth. If you're driving 50, you can go into fifth. And I don't think I have more than 5 gears. I think I have only 6. well, 5 and then reverse. Then it just went pop. Ain't seen a better experiment yet. That's the best experiment here? You have 6 and reverse? Holy. You mean you saw it, Ginny, with your own eyes? Yeah, of course. And the boss is in charge here, ain't he? Oh, keeping everything running smoothly. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. Going to take some getting used to. So, all I have to say is that I'm on duty, and I can do whatever I want to. Get this. I was hoping one of them flying balloons would have happened. Watching it from above? No. You're so lucky, Jimmy. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in its place already, right, Aries? You have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start? No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. Well, we'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. The machine exploded so spectacularly. How can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Every time you think about driving school, you're reminded of your hatred towards the driving testers. I don't even know what I think of. I think of a lot of little different things. But I surprisingly had no real lasting bad experiences in driving school. Oh, right. Well, it was a success in a way. It was? Okay, then. Well, the guy got flung into the near building. Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. Like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of smoke and what a whoop and a great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? The crystal tower over there? What? The tower? And see for yourself, can't you? There above the scaffold. Oh. Well, the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah. The cage with the victim got in to start with. I got vaporized. Well, I'm sure that's all just a cover-up to kill him in an elaborate way somehow. Or the machine was going to be some sort of trick thing. So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. But I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up in the yard. You sure about that? Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob before, so fair's fair. I wanna see that sketch. I wanna see what they think they were doing. Just got a point. That's all. That's the plan. Okay. Such detail, very helpful. Nothing Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. But it's worth anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us. I don't know why I gave him the accent. That's not even really an accent. Yeah, naughty old Gregson ran off after that without explaining himself. Alright, Ned. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Just an offense to the Irish? Then my work here's done. That's not fair. We're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigation? Nah, you got nothing, you're not getting it? We ended up investigating either. Why? What did the boss call him again? The forensics investigation team, I think? Anyway, but from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny in it. Or even Scotland Yard's own detectives can investigate. Yeah, never heard something like that before. But I could have a gander on the quiet though, but the boss called me probably heard him give me an earful about it before from down here, didn't ya? Not bleeding fair. You were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember. Yeah, well, sometimes I think all them chips would make him so stubborn. Say something to your motto. Go on. See if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above, isn't he? The machine that exploded is? I mean, he'll listen to Iris at least. Can I just... Oop. Stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was conducted. The ancient railgun. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up. Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion. And I've seen my fair share. You've seen things like this before, you mean? Of course, I heard he's always doing experiments at the end in a bang. That end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. When he's not completely wrong there. I explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time, he made something that exploded with such force, it took the roof off the building. Holy. I wish you could have seen it, Bruno. If I would have been there, I probably would have exploded too, because I live in the roof. Yeah. But anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate. It's Inspector Gregson over there. Seems to be deep in thought about something whilst eyeing up the machine carefully. Well, let's abuse that he's distracted and investigate ourselves. So glad we get Iris and not Sholmes. Yeah, very happy that they made Sholmes busy for some reason. What is that gigantic thing over there? Looks like an enormous water wheel. Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you can see. Why? Well, they rotate nice and slow. It's such a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. But it's turning? But it looks completely still. It doesn't really. Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly when complete rotation takes about half an hour. Holy time commitment. If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort right there, Runo. At least you won't realize if it stopped moving. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. Oh, in your country, Runo? I do wish I could go and see it. Well, I'll come visit sometime. I'm sure I don't have much more time in this country before they throw me out. I present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written especially. And see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Rotitsu master ninjas. A steel samurai, yeah. You might not find as many of those other people around as you think. Oh, well, that's all. Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a Shonmagi atop. Well, not anymore. I could introduce you to... Shonmagi, really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him, do you? Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago. Well, actually, he kinda trimmed himself in shame. Is there nothing else? Ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently and mercilessly. So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air. Yes, beamed, not blasted. That's the point. Yeah, that's part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris? Oh, Runo. I'm just a child. How should I know? A child when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this... Stop! Don't touch that. That was particularly instantaneous kinesis, the way you flew over just now, Grexy. Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. I'm so sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. Wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. Just like old times. We are representing Professor Hairbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene. Ha! Listen, Sunshine. Even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. That blasted special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame. Driving me potty. Oh yeah, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too. More red tape is all we need. I don't know what that government thinks it's pulling at sometimes. But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Eh? Surely that's alright, isn't it, Grixie? Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you? Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Runo? She really knows how to get what she wants. Converse with him? No, I look around somewhere. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Hairbrain is lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. He's on steel films, I suppose. He's been doing that since the first game, I think. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything and I'll make you sure I kill you before I get stronger myself, you hear? I wouldn't touch a thing, I promise. So please, spare a thought for your indigestion. Anyway, do you think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? Yes, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer the question. But we can't, can we? Because of the annoying rules, you mean? Exactly. The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules. Oh, look at that base of the machine there. Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. The screwdriver? That's a weird screwdriver. Isn't it a lovely one? The handle that is in the shape of the capital letter A. Is it? Yeah, you're right, I guess. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said! You touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get stronger myself, I said. Yes, I understand, sorry. I only touched a teeny weeny bit. Stylized screwdrivers? Now you've seen it all. But Grexy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really, very, very curious. You think there's people out there that collect various special crafted screwdrivers with like fancy handles and so on and so forth? Like there's people that collect weird fancy knives? Or what they perceive to be unique knives? Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it. But Runo found it first. I assure you. I'll investigate it thoroughly. Let me check this. He's gone off with that. Screwdriver collection. That's not helpful. Doctor who set off 6 Sonic screwdriver collection? What? What's that autofill? Character options Sonic screwdriver collection. Huh? Am I losing my brain here? The Sonic screwdrivers are a Doctor Who thing? Oh, I see. I thought it was like Sonic the Hedgehog or something. Biggest screwdriver collection. That's a massive screwdriver I'm seeing there. World's biggest. Flip is that? That's a long screwdriver. I don't think you can do anything with that though. Whoa, no, this guy though. Is this screwdrivers? What is that? Okay, it says unique world records, world's largest screwdriver, and then it's just a picture of somebody having collected a lot of colorful some things, but it's not screwdrivers. There's a hot air balloon in the shape of a screwdriver handle. I would not trust that thing with my life. That does not look like it has a lot of buoyancy. There's a lot of big screwdrivers just for... Honestly, I'm kind of disappointed. I expected more. What about... Okay, I'm going on a list now, but world biggest knife collection. World's biggest knife store? Yeah, there's really not a lot of pictures. There's some big knives. I guess I just... I mean, at what point does a knife stop being a knife and becomes a sword? Because isn't that kind of what it is? Is a knife defined by shape? Isn't a knife defined by... Well, I guess not. Well, depends. Because I know there's some old-timey medieval swords that are technically considered knives. He's gone off with it. That was very mean, I'm afraid. Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now. The amazing horn-shaped device pointing toward the Crystal Tower. I suppose once people disassemble... I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they are shot out through that thing to wherever they are going. I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, you know. It was set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower where they'd be reconstructed in their original form. Well, I don't like the look of this. It was as amazing as it looks. The accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course. Of course that's true, yes. But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? Can I look at the balloons? Those are people carrying balloons, dangling silently in the skies of Malone. I always thought that day would come when humans would fly. And I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful floating Timari hand balloons. I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo, please. I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without the cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared. Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode. Okay. Call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. So... now what? Alright, I still need to talk to you. Tell me about how bad the government is. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body and then beam him across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True. It was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the expedition mine. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. Government's doing everything they can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odds of public safety infringements. They can be the first to develop some new technology. It makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Of course that's true, in a way. So, the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. What sort of rights? The right to give all their inventions straight to the government, no questions asked. Making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea, and even going into production. Just the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new highfalutin special dispensation for scientific equipment act forbids it. I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from the brand new department at the Yard. Forensic investigation team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard. Forensics investigation team. Any of you can see that this heap of scrap metal is a sham to begin with. It's just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork. We can't do a flaming thing with it. Oh, Rexy is very ahead, isn't he? Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the senior? How many times do we have to go over this? I don't... This game loves to just shred in place with the same information. What law was it again? Did you know that Mr. Sato left like half a year ago? Did you know that the British government is actually doing some shady stuff? Did you know that when Lord Von Zeeks is the prosecutor, the people that go against him, the defendants, die whether they get found guilty or innocent? Would you like to see the scene of him burning Mr. McBuilder again? Is this going on forever, or did I accidentally click on it again? I think this is new. Oh well. Oh no, they actually yap forever. Apparently, Professor Haybrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research. That's right. Back to Britain, especially for a great exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. All his time in further education, it turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Thanks for not letting him do this to me. But it's news to you. Wait, did he not say this? Did I say this? Oh, okay, I said this. God damn it. I'm doing it to myself. They actually... I just made fun of this. Please, just get me to court. The mystery of the Reaper? Okay, do you actually have anything to say here, or are you just going to allude at something bigger happening? The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Aston. He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. But Baron Von Zeeks is a top-class prosecutor. But even he can always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Yeah, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Von Zeeks initially, but all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Well, the man himself denies that charge. Well, done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached: that Lord Von Zeeks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I take my reputation on it, I would. If that's true, then how do you explain it? Most defendants couldn't just have like trading water the game. I thought this was the whole point of this conversation, that you have like an inkling or something. Said at university, Lobo and Zeeks was a totally different person, easygoing. Yo, what? He said it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Have any idea what that was? Oh, no, actually, you'd have to ask the man and say, of course. Wouldn't want to drive the plot forward now, would we? What is this plot you speak of? I don't know why, but I feel like this chapter is especially egregious with the whole repetition yet and nothing happening type deal. Just feels like they had to hit a quota of lines to write. What have you been thinking? I mean, why would Hurley know anything? Oh, that. Yeah, but he's just gonna be like, I can't talk about this, and you can't write about this. You just have to trust me here. I'm not gonna say anything. Yet. Due to my estimations, it'll reveal itself sooner rather than later. Wink wink. I swear to God, if we talk to him and he doesn't give us any information, I'm actually going to get annoyed. Madame Tussauds. Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tussauds? Supposed to mean something to me? You don't know it? Most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like. Sure. You don't have time for visit? No, I want to. Please, entertain me. Anything to stay away from Shomes for longer. Oh, okay. Maybe we don't go there. Well, he told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Bruno. But I'm too spills. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but stranger things have happened. And when they happen, Mr. Shomes is usually at the heart of them. Oops. New character dropping. Hopefully, unless it's just Shomes in a disguise, in which case, please God, no. Waxworks. Jack the Gripper. What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. But why are all the people so still? Is that Madame Bathory? I don't know, but very possible. I never heard that name, I think. Unless, is that the lady that bathed in blood? Considering the scenery? Yeah? Okay. Guillotines. Ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. Also, we know the guy on the very right with the scarf, but he looks way older for some reason. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Bruno? Shocked? Oh, wax models. Wow. I read about the dead bodies and wax ones in a magazine about strange phenomena. And depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax apparently. Every time I see, hear, or think about Madame Tussauds, I have to think of the horror movie House of Wax, which is really messed up. It's called Eddie 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 Pokiri, Eddie Pokiri. I don't know how to pronounce that in English. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, Eddie Pokiri doesn't. Ah! What now? I've I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits in here are real. I mean, have you tested? Have you checked? They're all entirely man-made replicas. They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Wait. What is it? Oh, no. Must be seeing things. Yeah, I'm also not too happy. Let's look at the obvious thing first. Whatever's going on down here. Is this an arm? It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the Waxworks models has fallen over. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you? Ronald, stop scaring me. Is it a wax arm or a real one? Well, if you want to, maybe check if you're that concerned. You're always pointing in that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels. Objection. What do you mean objection? What if somebody actually seriously needs help here? That big heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it. I have a feeling it's going to be the solution to the case and it's just going to be a replica of the guy that died or something. The famous Tussauds special exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee to have a look? Pay more money? To be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that one for a moment. It was only a suggestion. You actually have to pay to see the entire exhibit? That's kind of... What is this, run by Capcom? Bethesda? Atlas? Fucking penny pinch over here? Yeah. Those models are so well made, I can't tell what's waxwork and what's a real human. But I'm guessing the guy behind all the ropes is the waxwork and the other guy is human, unless both are human. Or maybe all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time, and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about. And just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. That sounds like a Doctor Who plot. Probably because Doctor Who already did similar things. Do not touch the statue. What if I do? Jane the Ripper. Oh, okay. All her victims were young women. You should have fully gender bent this and made it all the victims were young men. I knew it. You can't tell by the way she's holding the knife. Sure sign of a murderer. Well, yeah. The matter, Runo. I worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore. Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. So, doesn't mention anything about a bathtub. Then why is it here? Sorry, I don't think it's significant. I still think it has to be there for a reason. Jane the Ripper. Okay. Maybe it was a perfume type deal. She just wanted to extract the scent. That's a funny place for a little ladder. Do we have to? I think we have to. What is it? Is something wrong? No, it's just that in Japanese, we have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that. Are we bringing back the step ladder and don't let yourself get caught up in social norms? We do in English too, you know? It's a step ladder, or just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Runo. That's how wars are started. Didn't realize stepladders were an international point of contention, but the writers make an astute point. The writer makes an astute point. Honestly, this would have been a perfect place for a callback to the original trilogy, and I would have not opposed it. Is this an example of Western Tsujigiri? What's Tsujigiri? Is that assisted suicide or something? I don't know what that is. But you know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword. I don't know, no. I still don't know, no. But actually, the Waxworks Samurai would probably be hugely popular. Can't believe that's a thing. Can't believe they have a word for it to excuse it as an action and don't just straight up call it assault and murder. Oh no, actually, you know, they were just testing their blade at school. No, Samurai weren't an asshole. They were just, you know, they had to test their equipment on randos. Could you model it, do you think, Bruno? Doing that Tsujigiri thing you mentioned? Imagine you just pass by some random manor and get slashed to bits because some rich fuck went, oh look at new shiny sword. Or you know that it mostly happened around taverns and shit when they got drunk and pissed off and they just slashed at you because you looked at them wrong or they didn't get enough attention from the local waitress. What does he want? You can kick this early and he doesn't move a muscle. Please kick him in the groin. You can't go around kicking the exhibit's IRS. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Shall we? Yeah, please move on. There's a great murder scene to enjoy. It's so much more appealing. Oh my god, I actually agree. I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Aris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secrets to Mr. Naruto. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? That kick. But you nerve exercised a little more restraint. You winded me. But Runo has something he needs to ask you. Question. Do I? I mean, I genuinely... I guess... Okay, I forgot that it's about the Reaper. I thought it's about the case. My great brain upon which all my success has been built would have turned to wax. Ahaha. Ahaha. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. You like to talk nonsense, don't you? We have to protect Iris no matter the cost. The fact that this guy works part-time as a wax statue as a stocking. Now that you're here, let's take your time. For you and luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. Most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Well, that's probably because you've been standing here for hours and seen it all unfold. Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to. Is the thing behind the curtain going to be Von Zieg's backstory? That would be so fucked up. Having an exhibit that you even charge extra for of one of the most well-known people in the city and how he got assaulted and probably people close to him murdered. For now, I must return to my work. Iris, kick him. Models are so well made. Can't believe what's waxwork and what's real human. So how he gets away with making himself a temporary model. Maybe there are other people posing as exhibits in here then. Or maybe all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time. Like, why do we rehash most of the dialogue and change like one line and then advertise it as new? What are we doing, game? I mean... Okay. Well... What is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's... about Lord Von Zieks. Our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Will I trust? Don't rehash. It's like 20 minutes ago. So I put Mr. Shomzen about everything I learned. So, I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Von Zieg such a different person. I'm sure that you'd know, Hurley. That there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before, that something was afoot, and that you believe it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes suddenly clammed up. Well, it seems we've reached an unavoidable... Greetings. Oh, okay, hello. My attention is back. Hello. Oh, where did she appear from? And what's she wearing? She look any more mysterious? I hope you're appreciating my museum. Sorry? Have we? Mr. Sholmes, did you know? Not again. My apologies. I'm Esmeralda to Spills. And this is my museum of waxwork. But you were the mass murderer that captured all these humans. Bien sûr. Though only 26 years young, I might add. That's significant somehow. I'm a madame in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular. It would be Mr. Sholmes then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Why... Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. Oh, he's dead. She sounds deadly serious. That's a problem. Well, not my problem. Am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Von Zieg's now? Let's not forget that what Hurley said before, about something being afoot, right here in the museum, I mean. Yeah, I know, but... I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here. If we get enough on our plate already. So... How you doing? Did you make all the waxworks, Madame Two Spells? I did. I'm the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh! It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savior fair that leads to warfare. Oh, these waxworks really do look as though they are alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. Oh, what? Is that a new character you see? That is indeed a new character. And one of the first things she did was threaten Herlock's life, so she's A-okay in my book. In the hours immediately following their executions, that is the secret of the extraordinary lifelikeliness. Oh, you capture their souls in the wax figures? All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. And to carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. She could capture your soul? You would let yourself get executed to be immortalized as her wax figurine? Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry? This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre set theme. I do hope you'll explore. If that scares her to touch you. This is a joke? Uh-huh. I'm sure. They are models of famous singers, actors, politicians, something very tasty, I hope. It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it. Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things. Well, you wanted to go see Herlock, so I don't see the problem, honestly. The Great Defective Waxwork. Dead politicians suffering in wax bodies for all eternity. This is my kind of jam. What's the situation with that? Ah, my temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. No? What sort of proposal? My dear madame, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Oh, words to that effect. Huh. Naturally, I'm well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, the creme de la creme. So, I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms. Let me guess. Someone wanted to change an exorbitant price for his services? Or charge? From your 500 pounds, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very... Why didn't she take it? Why didn't she take it? Can we still fund this? Is this like a crowdfunding situation going on? No words to that effect. So Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. I'm guessing that's why she got coerced by big money pants to make a wax model of him, so he paid her a lot of money to help out with her money troubles. Fucking pay for it alone if you have to. How much is 500 pounds in today's money? That would be, according to the calculations from last time, like 45,000. And that's on the low end. So we came to the current arrangement instead. Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing though, does he? I would think not, but he was very insistent. I have a 50 shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. Oh, words to that effect. It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem. The consulting detective work not going so well. So, something afoot. I wonder, could I ask you something? 500 pounds in 1870 would be roughly 51k. I mean, that's more or less what I predicted. Yes, sir. I'm just curious, is there anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little. Oh, he disappeared. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Ah. There you are. Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working. Do you wish to be melted down? My dear Madame Tuspels, save your reprimands. They are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's your ideas about... what? It's your ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? She turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer... No! I insist upon payment in advance. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Is he gonna do a stupid deduction, be completely wrong, I have to fix it, and then he gets paid for my work? I guess we can call it rent. Before I engage my analytical process, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain that you need to pay extra money for to see behind? Please tell me for free. That's the Tuspels special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a special killer then, I presume. Oh, would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? This angle makes it look like she has a crazy forehead going on. Absolutely no. There's nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madame? What about the arm protruding ominously from another curtain? I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond, before the situation worsens. I will draw back the curtains, but only a soupçon. I must confess I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Tuspels special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Well then perhaps, Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as those waxworks are, they're always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why? Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. Looks as pale as candle wax. I don't understand. So, Madame Tuspels, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective in temporary exhibit at work. Waxwork's fate. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So, what does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tussauds. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by the public notice. Waxwork for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of 200 pounds. No. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Was the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Was she looking directly at me? Unfortunately, Madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? You rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him an extraordinate, extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result, the scene we see before us, he collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. Wow, okay. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. The waxwork located. The question that arises then is, what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Is it bad you completely shut down when we do these? Just can't really be asked? Nah, it's fine. I mean, these are usually just 2 to 3 minutes of him yapping completely pointlessly before you have to go in and make actual deductions. And who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need to only observe his neckerchief. Such as is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay, okay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. The original figurine. But next we turn our attention to the old man set before him. with a particularly unsightly visage. We've been watching closely as he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact, as if he were a waxwork. What tipped you off? The price sign? The price tag? Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed that once, of course. Observe. Telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork of is the obvious price tag. Honestly, I don't think she's gonna sell any waxwork for £3 though, or 3 pence. Threepence, a tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madame? How much you wanna bet the old man sleeping is just the old version of the guy the wax figure standing there? And he just came by to see himself? Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in the custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. You know you would? I mean, if you have a lifelike statue of yourself, that would be kinda a banger, no? Anyway, before I jump into this and correct everything he just yapped, quick bathroom break and I'll get myself something to drink. This guy's such a moron. Yeah, he's a bit too much character-wise. Like, I don't mind that he's a complete idiot, but the fact that he's constantly around and he's so like, it seems like he's doing it intentionally. With the fact that he's constantly doing it and then laughing at you for having to listen to him, I don't know, man. A return. What do we have going on here? Iris being shocked by something? Please. Do it. Save us. See, I've stunned you all into silence. I have to wonder. Before we took over the mantle, did Iris's dad just carry this guy's reputation? Like, constantly did some stupid shit, and then Iris's dad actually solved the cases, but didn't want all the fame. He just wanted to make some money with the story, so he wrote him as the smart one. Maybe it was Iris herself? Well, we know that her dad previously wrote all the books about him. And her dad only died shortly before we came here. He's obviously upset this young lady. In the process, her cauldron looks awfully hot. I could just bring up 1 point, Mr. Sholmes. The notorious Naruto, 1 point. Come all ears, my dear fellow. Coming to your deduction, then. The special exhibit featured this policeman. 1 moment, if thou willest. So, that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman. Otter Mole. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. And the police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Otter Mole. So you mean that who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? You think this world operates on the basis of the Japanese basis of name sold power? So if your parents just give you a really shit name, your destiny is just written for you. You have to adhere to the pun of your name. You're compelled by some invisible force from the universe. Indeed. It is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But it's 200 pounds, a lot of money for a wax model. It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things into perspective. Wouldn't it be so funny if in the final case we find out this guy isn't actually the real Sholmes, but just an imposter? Either that, or he's actually been playing stupid the whole time and he was the mastermind. That would actually... I think that would break me a little. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down. That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me. What happens if you work a lot with the wax? Because if it melts and then evaporates into the air and then you breathe that in, doesn't it just cool in your lungs and then literally clog them with wax so you can breathe in and out, but you can't take any air in? Am I overthinking wax here? The first sign is a loss of fingerprints? Oh god. Mr. Shums did more or less just accuse her to her face, so... How does he... what? How does he accuse her? Oh, I accuse you of making a really crazy business deal where you come out really on top. Oh no, how criminal. Welcome to capitalism. To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions. Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight. There's also respiratory issues and skin irritations. Let's start then, shall we? Before Madame Two Spells vents her anger. Oh my god. Venting? Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Two Spells, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective. Temporary exhibit at work. You already worked. She gets the privilege of seeing me actually carry the weight. Hey to Google, I looked up risk of working with wax, and the entire first page was just, what's the risk of waxing? I mean, I could have told you that much. that was one of the first results that would pop off. To begin with, we must ask ourselves, what exactly is afoot here in this museum? The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So, what does this large sum of money reveal? I mean, this is all just stuff we heard already. I'm just gonna skip until I get to the correction. Figured it would be there, but objectively, that's just not what the query was. And I bet you the first thing that was there was the stupid Google AI with some wild statement that is just so far from the truth. She must put her heart and soul into making them. Well, maybe not her soul, but... if it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. You know... Iris is the only one that gets the privilege of getting special artwork just for her different costume. That much money, I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some significance. Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that would explain it. Significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. Seems this well-dressed gentleman is alive after all, just not alive and kicking. I'm not sure I'd pay 200 pounds for him. I don't think the man's up for sale. I don't think you should pay 200 pounds for any kind of person. But I guess you can pay money to rent people. Well, anyway, it was a silly place to put him. Other museum visitors could easily trip. I don't think so. He's in the exhibit. Other museum visitors shouldn't walk there to begin with. Sounds like a decent price. I don't know, it depends on what you can do. 200 pounds back in the day? Like, enough to buy a motorized vehicle? How long do you get to rent him? Also, what's that stuff on his bottom button? The portly man. I'd rather have 200 pounds in my pocket. Well, what if you're a collector? Rent? That's what I'd spend it on if I had it, no question. I pay all the herbs in the world. Must be another explanation for the money. Need to keep looking. I mean, there's only the portly man, but I don't see how he's an explanation. Wait, can I move around somehow? Wait, okay, okay. Hold on, let me... I don't think there's anything besides this now. What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? Yes, let's see. Due Madame to spells. We've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is £200. Have the money ready by noon on the 23rd of October. What? This is a ransom note. Just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped. Take that!
Take that!
The significance of the £200 is revealed by that ransom note. A lawyer not knowing what a ransom note is, called a ransom note, is just, yeah. Maybe he just was looking for the Japanese word, or the English word. £200 is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay. The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary then, the £200 you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now let us explore the next curiosity. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, oh yeah, he asked for £200 and then he was shocked that she actually procured £200. We could just ask him once he comes around. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yeah, you're right. Hurley straying so hard. Is he, though? Some blackmailers are shocked that works. Fair enough, I guess. I forgot the movie's name, but there's like one movie scene with a kidnapping, and then the guy that gets extorted is like, okay, you know, I'm not paying you anything, but I'm gonna put that money up as a bounty on your head, so have fun constantly looking over your shoulder, jackass. In that case, what's Madame Tuspel's trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Let's have a look, shall we? Is that a fake hand? That's not her hand. Come on, man. This is just Madame Tuspel's right brother. It must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. If he ever got his hands on, like, anything Junji Ito, he would be freaked out. Rigor mortis. Am I gonna bother looking around more, or am I just gonna call it out immediately? Honestly, I wanna... Why did her forehead look so big in the other shot? Take that!
Take that!
Why is everyone such a pansy here? Well, not everybody can be Zeke's or God King Emperor Chief Justice. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that it is in fact a left hand. If you need closer inspection for that, I question you. It does not belong to you, madame. How did you hide that entire arm? The hell? They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean the arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the cherry blossoms. That sounds really messed up. I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. Well, listen, your property, yeah, go crazy. The killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. I like how there's even a special extra space just for correcting this guy. Because everyone knows. Yeah, even he himself knows. To Mr. Jones, the yellow neckerchief is a sign of other policemen that some crimes are on their way. Yeah, but the other statue guy also has that going on, just on his arm. Secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard, yet apparently everybody in this room knows about it. Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away, yeah. Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. I'm guessing his arm is missing and it's his arm. Oh, whoa. Perspective, how does it work? That's crazy. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be. Oh, well, that settles that then. Right, this isn't a real person at all. Honestly, I expected Naruhodo to freak out and be like, oh my god, who could have done that to him? Wow, we need to call an ambulance. Did they have ambulances back in the day? Like special express horse carriages to get you to the nearest hospital? Or if you were severely bleeding out, you just had to pray that somebody could lug you over there quickly enough without tearing the wound more open? Oh wait, I need to present that. Gore.
Take that!
Probably. Probably which one of those? Probably pray, because that's what I think. No such boneless human walks this earth. That I can assure. In other words, the man standing there, the young Sergeant Johnny Collane. is in fact defying all odds, a waxwork model. Probably an ambulance. Hold on. Simply to make a model of a man? What was the first case of an abortion? Ambulances. Ambulances were first used for emergency transport in 1487 by the Spanish forces during the siege of Malaga by the Catholic monarchs. I'm sorry, the hell? Wait, old-timey ambulance vehicles. There's one that's basically just a stretcher attached to a tricycle. There was an actual ambulance squad created in 1877 in Britain as well during Queen Victoria's reign. There's also horse carriages with there's some really cool stuff here. Wait, there's even a diagram here. The evolution of ambulances. Well, this one doesn't show off the cool tricycle one. This one starts with a horse carriage. But it's still really interesting. Sick. Well, moving on. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally. What other explanation could there be? It was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. Is it not the same scarf as the lovey-dovey couple? A policeman called Ottomol, was it? Was he well known? Was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price though. Threepence isn't much money. It's called reusing assets. Well, usually they don't do that, do they? Maybe they're related, or maybe there was a different looking scarf, I don't know. Or maybe he became a grizzled veteran in the span of 6 months. That would be funny. He got the Von Zieks treatment. Somebody killed his wife or girlfriend and it kinda made him bitter. So... I mean, look at that twitchy leg. I don't believe it. It's the secret sign that lets other detectives know some criminal activity is underway. Yes, it's a slightly strange choice of outfit if he was trying to go unnoticed. Ah, he must be a detective disguised as a policeman. Or a detective disguised as a waxwork model of a policeman. Doesn't look like he's clever enough to think of something like that though. Why are we shit-talking him straight to his face? What the... Perhaps you should try to be a little more polite about him, Iris. Twitch. Twitch.tv. Seems to be fast asleep though. He's not tapping his foot consciously then? So you mean... You think he's tapping it in Morse code? No, it seems to be always about the same amount, never mind. Okay, so they prefer the armband over the Twitch. Got it.
Take that!
Thanks you, Secret Scarf means yippee yippee. So, perhaps this is the famous plainclothes detective Sergeant John Clay. Mr. Naruto, pray, what part of this man's outfit would you call plainclothes? I believe I described the man as young too. Well, you never heard of makeup, my man? It was only last year that I saw him being awarded his triple accolades. I say detective work can age you, man, but really? Listen, I'm sure there's other people that use the secret sign besides this guy. Oh, whatever. Quit yapping, let me deduct. That is a sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork. Oh, it's about if he's a waxwork. Okay, maybe I should read.
Take that!
Got him. Imagine reading. Listen, I can't be bothered to read the same text like 3 times back to back. It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone came in the first place. He's clearly fatigued. Is he sound asleep? But then... what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? It's for the scarf! Wait... what if that's from a pawnbroker? The other police guy had to give it up and then he couldn't pay the money back, so... this guy just bought it? Of course, because as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, detective. I sort of the essentially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. In Scotland Yard are already investigating. Okay, and... how does that help us in any way? Also, how does that answer my question about Zeke's? Which was the whole instigator for this thing. Is this just the game's version of jingling keys in front of my face in hopes that I forget about everything? Everything that was important? All sorts of people visit my museum here, men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. You can expect to always get an immediate answer. They literally played around the fact that we get an answer here. They're like, oh, go talk to Sholmes to get an answer. And then Sholmes are like, Oh, your answer actually is here, and it's currently, you know, it's happening. Just look over there, and then we have this whole spiel, and I imagine it's gonna be like revealed once the statue is back. Oh wait, hold on. Here it comes. Tinfoil hat time. The statue that was stolen looks like the giant portrait in Zeke's room because it's his dad or something. Or his elder brother, whatever. I'm guessing dad because it's always, you know, prosecutors always have daddy issues. And he's seen as a murderer for a crime he didn't commit and get executed. Maybe like, oh, he killed his wife or some shit. And then Zeke was like, no, I have to get the real killers, and went into prosecution. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. It was a pleasure, my dear madame. I'm gratified that you enjoyed this spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically, it was. Then, I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen artwork. As much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. He's gonna hit the pose. So obvious. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. What you got for me? Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. That was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibition here. Is it your most prominent display? So, that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose? Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Ooh. Professor Moriwori. No, you can't use that word. That would be copyright or something. It's gonna be Yuriyatim. Torimati, and now we're talking. The Professor case happened at around that time I was born, didn't it? Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, and exactly the time that Barak von Zieks graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not saying... So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life? As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. The 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested. By the way, the fun fact, shortly after we finished DMC 5, Capcom actually hit like a big sale, not just for Street Fighter, but also for the DMC series. So I can get the Virgil DLC for cheap now. It's DMC time soon again. No, it's not. But it is on the menu now. The 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now is immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Do low-key crave a break from this? Yeah, I wasn't going to finish all cases at once. I was going to do this one and then jump into another game. I also didn't expect this one to start so painfully slow. Whoopsie. Though of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. Was all of this related to Lord Von Zeeks? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is the professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Hurley? Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Lord Von Zeeks has noble blood. Oh god! It was the 5th victim that led the professor to the professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Dominique Von Zeeks. Clint Von, you know, close enough. Freaking Clint. No, I don't believe it. Von Zeeks, a one. I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Baroque pursued career as a prosecutor. That's crazy, I know, man. Yeah, like, could you have imagined, bro, that this happened, bro? Like, bro, that's crazy. That's unheard of. Eventually, it became the Reaper we all know today. Von Zeke's situation is crazy. Sorry, let me get my plain white shirt and get a thumbnail of me sitting in the same pose 10,000 times. And eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord Von Zeeks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Ah, yeah, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thanks. One of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Wait, I have a question. Concerning Devil May Cry 5. If you play as Virgil, does that mean at the ending you fight Dante and then you fight Devil Trigger Nero as a basically secret boss? Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Susato? Oh. Definitely Dante, but don't remember if you fight Nero? Oh, okay. That means probably not Nero, but can you imagine? That would be such a banger. It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places. You can forgive me. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow, the court will decide. Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting in for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must have warned you. Why did he look directly at us as soon as he says this? Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. It's impactful. He looks straight at the camera to tell you now it's the time to pay attention. This is the part that actually matters. Never mind. Sorry, what did he say? Are you really? As the plot was going to be that it's not Barak von Zieks, but it's freaking Clint. I know that you have my best interests at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Clint Eastwood? Nah, he's too racist. He would be Westwood. Thank you, Barak. Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. He just complimented us? Wait, did he? I know that the professor did, but I didn't hear him compliment me. I think he meant he won't entrust being a prosecutor to anybody else. Because it wasn't really his choice that refused to believe it. I mean, fine, okay. 23rd of October, 8:52 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was... Okay, yeah, we get it. You haven't... Get over it, man. Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. You know what would have been even funnier? If they made his afro look like a brain more. I'm assuming they tried without making it too obvious, but I think they could have leaned into it a bit more. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. At every time I'm here, that gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? It's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial. To save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Yeah, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosions 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. My commissariations, Mr. Naruhodo? You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome gaze here. What? Ah, this fun. Can we... Let me in. Let me into the courtroom! No! That was very mean, Runo, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I kind of forgot. It took me at least an hour to wake him. Oh, is it? Are you? Hello, Sholmes! Why did that sound like a wrestling announcement? Heard all about your exploits whilst living in Germany. Ah yes, Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany too. This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction, the adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful. Ah yes, a memorable case indeed. I fucking also hate that this guy just keeps talking about it. Like he has any clue as to what's going on. Like he actually did all, like this dude is... Whatever, moving on. I will not get angry right now. Pretentious bastard? Yeah. He's being confidently wrong as a person. Wait. Hear me out. What if it turns out that Clint never died, but Barrock thought he died? So now Clint just kind of lives in the shadows and assassinates all the evil people that get out of court for free? Clint is Sholmes confirmed? Maybe Sholmes is gonna be Clint's last victim. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. And then the last case, or the second last case, is gonna be something like, oh, we saw Mr. Von Zieks kill a guy, and Von Zieks is like, oh shit, but he doesn't want to rat out his brother after he understands what's going on. So he just kind of, wants to die, or wants to get found guilty, and we have to prove that he's innocent, and I basically, hire me. Hire me for the next Ace Attorney game. I got this level of writing quality. Of course, my skills of observation and reasoning resolving the matter will be easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie in any description. Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Ah, yes, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. I'm a little starstruck. I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, hello. Why, thank you. I think it's also made worse that, he has no qualifications, yet nobody can stop riding him. He's basically like Naruto. As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. Oh, what? That's crazy. What? You don't have teleportation in this universe? Naruto's actually kind of strong and the son of the fourth Hokage? Well, Naruto is the pirate software of anime characters. The biggest nepo there is. But also, as a child, while nobody yet knows that he's kind of crazy, everybody still just keeps riding his dick even though he does nothing. He's just a dumbass. The biggest nepo, he didn't get shot all his life. He didn't get shit all his life. Wasn't he son of the fourth Hokage? His mom was crazy too somehow. He's the reincarnation of a god. He gets the infinite chakra of one of the legendary beasts, and being the reincarnation of God, he also is like the son, also on third degree of an ultimate being, and all his teachers were like Hokages and so on. Like, didn't he get the premium life package in exchange for getting slightly bullied as a kid? Also, what's her name? The blind lady? Is it Hinoka? Is that somebody else? I don't know, blind lady. That's not blind, but she can actually see very well. That has an insane crush on him for no reason. The professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Runo, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. It's completely barking up the wrong tree. But he actually worked for most of that. 95% of his trainers hated him at first. He almost died like 62,000 times because of the tailed beast inside him, and he only figured out he's some schmuck's reincarnation at the end of his story. Don't really smell nepotism in there. I mean, I guess it's a matter of perspective. I'm not saying he, didn't train here and there, and he didn't have to try for things. I know that he, as a character, doesn't master things at first, usually. There's some exceptions, but usually he doesn't master things at first try. He actually has to try to get them right, or do his own spin on things. I'll give him that. But still, he kind of lived a good life. You can't deny that. Not being a fan of Naruto either, because, my god, he likes the talking jutsu. I don't even know what that means. Not gonna say he was just given everything on a silver platter, that's Sasuke. Isn't Sasuke the same as Naruto though? He also had like the craziest teachers, had like crazy genes, and was also the reincarnation of a god. Isn't he literally just dark mode Naruto? Unironically, except he doesn't have an infinite mana beast inside him, but he gets this weird eye evolution. Not gonna argue with someone who's never watched it. What do you mean? I mean, I watched basic Naruto. I kind of stopped in Shippuden. Because, holy shit, man, I just can't. So I watched like a third. Okay, maybe make the show more interesting, I'm gonna say it. Maybe make a good show and I'll watch more than a third. How about an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding, in fact succeeded? Oh, that's contradictory. What is more interesting than fucking One Piece? Yeah. I don't know. It's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I have no doubt. Naruto finished its entire run in the time the New World happened. Okay, now we are just... Well, I guess it's fair. Because it's all of Naruto versus all of One Piece. And yeah, we've talked about this before. I'm not defending anything that's New World for One Piece. That's just... I'm sorry. You lost me. You lost the sauce. But at least the stuff leading up to it is interesting. What's that supposed to mean? Now must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Runo. But chin up. You can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? Oh, no. I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. Let's see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. It's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. Would you look at that? I think that's a completely new jury. I don't think there's a single double in there. Impossible? Yeah, I thought so too, but I mean, here we are. No! He's real to me! Why did he have to take his meds, man? He took the pills? Yeah, god damn it. Though that was merely a front for diverse criminal activities. Can you just say that? Can you just lodge accusations like that? It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court, prosecuted by you, Lord Von Zeeks. The jury unanimously found him not guilty. I remember the jury has been bribed by the sound of it. Powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. 2 days ago, on the 21st of October, Mr. Asman met his end. Do you know, coming back to Naruto, do you even need to watch base Naruto to understand the show? Can you not just start at Shippuden? Wouldn't you be better off if you do that? The Book of the Reaper wasn't. I guess you'd be confused as to who Sausage Boy is and why Naruto has such a love boner for him. It's actually kind of important for the story building. Yeah, probably. No, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've been selected at random to present the will of the people. As you wouldn't know Jiraiya, Tsunade, pretty much every fellow shinobi of Naruto. You have no idea who Gaara is? Yeah, but do you know who they are? I am most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. Is this the policeman that was a wax statue? To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly. It sends a shiver down my spine. Who the hell? Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials. All are nothing more than performances. Any suspicious, spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang. Okay. Yeah, we have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Why is there a child here? Oh, that's the police guy. Oh, that maybe take his gun away. Wasn't like that's my idea. It wasn't like this at all. Holy cleavage. I was thinking if I want to mention it, but I held back. As I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we are to judge today tragically took place at the Grand Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectator. Tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world will be on this trial. It's our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, the opening statement, please, Lord Von Zeeks. At the heart of this incident was technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. I like how this quote is like, oh, technology that definitively proves a crime was committed by certain people. No, we can't have that. It has never been tested before. And then he's like, oh, technology that has never been proven, and multiple other scientists say it's impossible. Yeah, we'll count that. Sounds plausible enough to me. Government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advance. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. One of those helps us, the other one doesn't. So true. It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? No. No. Case closed. No. Well, I don't believe it. That's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity? Oh my goodness, how shocking. Is this you? Did they just put you in the game? Ha! The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis should never stand up to scrutiny. Shut up! So, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in the field? I am. And my word on the matter can be considered fine. Instantaneous kinesis as poppycock. So what are we doing here? Well, maybe it's like, oh, the idea is shit, but you know, you still electrocuted him. What's the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. Holy friggin' why? I mean, I get why, it's his job, but come on, man. You will be like, yeah, the prosecution concludes the defendant has a direct line to God because he wished God to crush his enemy, and then, moments later, a lightning struck the guy and he's dead now. Therefore, we find the defendant guilty on conspiring with God himself to kill the man. It did disassemble the dude? From the sounds of it, it just blasted him into a window. What rot! The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. So his particles changed position? Yeah, but did they get disassembled first? It sounds like they got disassembled by a collision. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asman's life in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Thank you, Lord 1-6. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your... Who are we possibly calling in as witnesses here? Yeah, I saw it. All these little molecules tore away from each other and she got beamed in a flash of light. God? Well, yeah, that would be the only person or only witness where I would actually believe that they could have witnessed what happened. Gladly, my lord. And the cape is off, ladies and gentlemen. Bailiff, show the first witness to the stand. You what? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Don't help him, please. Plead for your innocence. Vice Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question, and in charge of the following investigation. Tries to find the right emote. Albert Harebrain, this is the scientist. You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I could demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, alright. An incredible explosion. Well, you're welcome. You know, bombs sell pretty well to countries. Just saying. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was the terrible accident, but The demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in the photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. I would like to see the other side of his face, because he had a mole, and I wonder if there's another mole there. It was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. As the victim ran straight into it. I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence. What do we have here? Court heard. The victim of the incident wasn't Mr. Odie Yasmin. So are we going to ignore the, I would say, obvious bullet hole, the chest? There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting him aside for the time being. Just be a shrapnel from the impact? Yeah, well, it's got something to do with the crossbow. The man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So, to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Yeah, that makes sense. Let me just kill the guy that finances my lifestyle. Why not? And let me make a big display out of it too. That the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration. That's right. That must be it. My splendid machine. My poor splendid machine. Saw it yesterday, didn't you? You can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Ah, the wreckage! The wreckage! But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it be possibly determined whether this was an accident or deliberate or malicious? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon. Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry, me? Don't do it. No, your neighbor. Oh, this. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. You motherfucker. What? How can you possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front of murder, for murder, yada yada. Didada. The cops that went crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck. Well, that's... Hey, I made a miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. It was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest here. He'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. The victim was killed before he went anywhere, and his fella's the only one who could have done it. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says death would have been all but instant from the wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. Well, two negatives are a positive, so the accused revived him, therefore not guilty. No. That couldn't be further from the truth. Do we need to clear up 2 murders? No, I think it's connected. I'm thinking he got shot on the heart as he was in the machine, and then as it exploded, they somehow managed to fling him across into the glass, whereupon his neck broke on impact. I mean, the guy here, Hairbrain, he designed the machine, but he didn't build it. So whoever built the machine could have just built it to be like a low-key cannon / catapult to fling the guy across. And because we can't inspect it, we'll never know for now. IV, the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team was built correctly, it would have worked. Exactly. Then he would have just safely beamed across. The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. I can't see steampunk, hear birdcage, and not think of Bioshock, come on man. Onto the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a larger explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. He got shot inside the diablo. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair, from where it subsequently fell crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower large round window. This is why you're not an engineer? My word. One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse won't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like to enter it into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Could I have a look-see? Was there in person, you know, for the whole ludicrous performance. Details of the victim. Name, Odie Asman. Male, 47, British. Time of death, 21st, 2:20. Coroner, Courtney Syed. That's kind of a killer name. Cause of death, hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. We actually get a coroner name? I'm sure, for totally no reason at all. Additional observations, a broken vertebrae, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. And the only other person on the stage was Mr. Asman. Was the disgraceful excuse for a scientist? And really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Not to think otherwise. Really? Very well. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please. Yeah, my lord. Got you. I'm on the case. Elaborate.
Hold it!
You're suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height. Exactly. Which highlights something else about the whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. Okay. After the explosion, page with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. Although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fateful disaster?
Hold it!
So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself personally? Absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake. So, do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it. Well, clearly they do. Look at Sholmes, Jesus. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, and the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously, then, you had to include the weight of the clothes that Mr. Assman was wearing at the time, I suppose. Ah. Crackling comets! The answer should have been 3! So much for safety first. The 3 must be for safety third. Oh, scathing. With the post-mortem, yeah.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense. I think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. God. Feeling your spine snap must be atrocious. But you're saying that's not the case? I'll get your answer once I have finished my fish and chips. You don't keep butting in every few seconds. It's the last thing you'll ever feel? I don't know, it depends on where your spine gets broken, I think. The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that is the cause of death. That's what we all thought, but it was already airing, wasn't it? There was a lesion on his chest. What? That's crazy. Tell me more. Hold it. The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. Well, do your homework, Jesus. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere? Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused two that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Oh, it's not a screwdriver, it has that notch because it gets fired from a crossbow. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't make that connection earlier, honestly. My trusty little companion, Andrew. Andrew? Of course. Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. Since you're a tool. Rent them all, you know. No, we're one big happy family. Andrew's my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother, Michael, is a crosshead. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on its shank. That isn't... It's blood. Beyond a reasonable doubt. No. And that's not all. Wrong sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? I wonder how it feels like to get impaled by a screwdriver that gets shot from a crossbow. In general, what would it feel like? Because that thing has some oomph behind it. But maybe it has so much oomph that you don't even realize what's going on. Say it's not good? Wait, what? Wait, that's crazy insight. What do you mean it's not good? The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. You'd even call it a bad feeling? Wait. Now I have to try to confirm. It's the scientific method, we have to. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor in the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so should definitely make a note of it. Indeed. Okay, no remark of the notch. This is blood, Mr. Asmon's, no doubt. This is a problem with looking at murder weapons. I don't see any other issues here. So the victim was skilled before he went anywhere, and this fella is the one who could have done it. Wait, hear me out. What if he wasn't shot with the crossbow? What if he was stabbed with the screwdriver and then the crossbow was used to shoot the screwdriver over to the stage? Huh. You really have to ask. There were only two people on the public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odiasman, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. Surprised this guy didn't pull out the wine yet. Maybe he's actually taking this serious for once. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw with my own eyes! And furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could have possibly done it. What do you have to add?
Excuse me.
I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. That's what you had to add. And the witness stand is the best place to do that. As though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Ah. Yes. Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? That's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but there's no way that I was have stabbed Mr. Ashman, as you say. Eh? Well, everybody watched, right? So before he disappeared, he still was alive. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals, with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. And surely you see, if I plunge something this size of Andrew into a man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. Another great point. Thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one. I didn't see anything like that. But dumb Professor. It was a great counter-argument. Order. Oh. There he goes. Pray, forgive this courtesy if I savor a drop from my hollowed chalice to accompany my old friends adducing. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barrett. But I'm really not a patch on you. No, you're not. No? You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have? A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from the stab wound. Is it leaving it in? Inspector, enlighten the court, please. If it's leaving it in, that doesn't make sense either, because then why would the screwdriver be found at the birdcage but not the guy? Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst it was beamed through the air.
Hold it!
Elaborate, even though I already have my counter-argument. How would you think that, Inspector? With any wound, it's only when you pull the weapon out that profuse bleeding occurs. But it's still lodged in the body, it acts as a stopper of sorts, for want of a better word. I see. You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator. Nice to sit a son when you need a... Trust me, The broke must what he was doing from view with his body before stabbing Asmund in the chest. And he beamed the victim off the stage with his fancy device. Screwdriver still where he planted it. I would never do such a thing. Not my precious tools. I would never use them for such dirty work. I'm glad that he says he would never dirty his tools like that, but it's not like I would never kill. I would like the last statement. And I would like to present Screwdriver.
Objection!
Like that, bitch. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding, right? Is that unequivocal? No. There was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is the screwdriver was still in the body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. He actually cannot help himself from making snide remarks towards Japan. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, but about the screwdriver, the thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, in the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. Probably just pissed at us personally as well. I mean, yeah, he seems to really dislike us. I want to... Sorry, wrong guy. I would pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Now that you come to mention it, yeah. Inspector, and we understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate. That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. No, not at all. Would do that. I just let him look, not more. It was very clear he wasn't to touch anything. Yeah, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? Well, what are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, I still can't believe we're still going with the whole teleportation stuff here, by the way. Then it should have been on the stage. Oh. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along Mr. Asmund. Order. Order! How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't... It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. The screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred. Obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Right, I'm going to tighten the screws here. My lord, The prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument. We can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Wait, we are actually going for the throat for once. We are pushing the advantage that is so unheard of.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, why? Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equation solved. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry. I am worrying a lot right now. Without delving into the details, there's no inconsistency. Shut the fuck up! What are you doing? If Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remains on the stage. Remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. What? What? Yeah, even Zeeks is pissed at that one. It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation? Okay, you know, whatever. Whatever. Just want to found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Typically, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put. Okay, so here we just call him out and point at the glasses. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruto is an inconsistency. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. Nobody in here can believe he's doing this. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is... or the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is... that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by the method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, and subsequent discovery on the stage despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. Can you imagine that counts for all metal? So let's say the teleportation works, and then you get teleported to a new place, and you have 0 iron in your blood. So you just start breathing and you start suffocating because there's nothing to transport the oxygen through your body anymore. You just got Metallica. The Metallica, yeah. And therefore, Professor Albert Hairbrain could still have been the killer. A great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Hairbrain? Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No, no, no. My only interest lies in upholding my hypotheses. I'm a scientist after all. Are these the type of people that just, you know, made bullying really explode in the world? They give you the urge to stuff them in a locker? Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponiese friend. But I already have the inconsistency, so don't worry about it. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hold it!
And did you retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way? No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist. I hold in the very highest esteem. Is that a quote that I should know? They're gonna be like Albert Einstein or something? But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious situation, doesn't it? No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. More words from the same great scientist, you know? Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who's the scientist? Is it him? Is it himself? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know. Okay, man. I did. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. The scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. Oh, Lord Von Ziegs really did have a friend once. But what the fuck is why am I so salty now? My hypothesis states that Guinnesses cannot transform metal.
Hold it!
Your hypothesis states it. So, this isn't proven then? No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis. But a good one, based on thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals can be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course. So I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? That's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what I call the sea obtuse cage, in which Mr. Asman was placed for the kinesis. We're just tired of living. Understandable. The jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made out of timber of some sort. But thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it were made of metal, correct? Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model. But the ultimate conclusion then is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Indeed, sir. One beam me out of this nightmare.
Hold it!
You seem to be pleased by that. Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sent some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you not pleased? No. I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Assman losing his life. The advancement of science is no excuse, I know that. No, you're quite right. Silvercourt, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Assman? Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times. And we only ever discussed my hypotheses, and the project, and the research grant, of course.
Hold it!
Did you come to know Mr. Asman in the first place? The hell is that? A year ago now, the small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work. It's a scientific journal? Good gracious, I should need new spectacles. I might have had an extraordinary hypothesis and great promise, but at the time, I had no money. So, I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink water to down water. Huh? Out tiny little glasses. But Mr. Asman read the paper and came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory. And offered you money to help fund your work. Exactly. That's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Asman provided me with an engineer for the practical. The 3 of us produced that fantastic machine together. The machine that you brought to the Great Exhibition to demonstrate. We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all the side of things. Mr. Asman took care of that. He was a wonderful man, really. I owe him everything. I have a duty to protect the incredible machine.
Hold it!
When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean that you were involved in its construction? Well, you weren't. Where are you lying? Yeah, what the fuck? I'm good with the practical set of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer. A little remains to be created now. What? Little remains of your creation now. Though, following the explosion, repair will no doubt be impossible. Yes, I realize that, but still. If someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. But Mr. Asman and I toiled over that machine for so long, and we put our hearts and souls into it. I have to protect our work. So, what's left of the machine must be kept safe. That's only fair, because what happened was an accident. The extent of the testimony, then. I would like to present you with evidence that disproves your entire life's work, because fuck you.
Objection!
Professor Harebrain, you said that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly. Correct. In that case, I'd like you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. Someone figures out the math problem before you do, but they have a grammatical error. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. Also, this man has some magnificent lashes, I'll say it. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No! Metal can't! That's not metal. No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should have also predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but you are a freaking idiot. Whoa! Stood spazzing out so hard, the police guy left Gregson. What's the implication? Shouldn't it be obvious? On the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place. And then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. In that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis... Oh, did he get dropped out of a hot air balloon? I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. I'm gonna say he got stabbed in the hot air balloon, then dropped as the explosion went off, and then the murder weapon got shot with a crossbow into or at the machine. If I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, General Malfoy, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait, great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from the start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. Heel or hero? I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped out and thoroughly examined. No! Never. The machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil is that Blossom Act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. Why? I mean, we clearly... You know, disproved that he had anything to do with it, at least for the time being. I mean... What if I raise an objection and I would say wait and see, but I feel like the jury's gonna get too... What's the word? I just had it. Riled up on the fact that he's a fraud, that he's a bad scientist, and then they're gonna pronounce him guilty for no reason. Objection. Can we stay on topic?
Objection!
Professor Hairbrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so... Even so what? Going to such trouble to expense to create a fake machine to display in public? He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
Oh shit, did I help him out? He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed that man's ridiculous notion plausible, He and his co-conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? Oh, what would be the value of such a grand 10 pounds? You're not of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds a year? Holy moly! What? I could live on that much for years. The Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. Dude, I would start making fake science with that in mind. And plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. No. No. I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable the hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Baroque. And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. Baroque. Okay, but can we, if you're gonna keep pushing this, could you explain the screwdriver inconsistency? My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Von Six. Oh, my throat starts to hurt. The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. No, you do. I already disproved the whole thing. Twice, actually. New witnesses. What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration of the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. So do it a third time? Oh yeah. Forgot that 3's the special number. Very well, the court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no prestige. The accused killed the financer victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Yeah? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in that professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. You could also prove it. What are you... Where does that leave me? Well, I don't even know where we're going right now. The prosecution will prepare its new witness to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Court is adjourned for 20 minutes. To be continued. Please don't be Sherlock, please don't be Sherlock, please don't be Sherlock. Mr. Naruto. What on earth are you playing at just now? Or rather... What on earth were you playing at? Okay, shut up. Sorry about that, but you know, when you're obviously wrong, and I feel like as somebody who enjoys science, you kind of need to start coping with that so you can actually try and go into a right direction. But you promised me. Promised you what? You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder. Yeah? That's kind of what I'm doing here. You're the one undermining me. You said you'd keep my precious inventions from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine... You think those two policemen guarding the door wouldn't mind if I strangled this guy real quick? Just a bit, you know? Just to relieve some stress. That I believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I thought I told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypotheses. In fact, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? Ugh. But if I just run through some equations. Yes, you see, it's because my work was incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, the man died as a consequence, didn't he? No. You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just a scientist, but as a human being. Well, maybe a little true. And while we're on the subject, well, what about Barak? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster. Not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Please, say that in court, loud, for everybody to hear. I wanna see his reaction. Oh, but no. Wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. Do you kill yourself even harder? And that's cleared up. Let me double check something with you. Yes? What? The machine and demonstration you prepared. Oh, another thing, just because I just thought back to Devil May Cry. Apparently you can buy DLC that lets you be in permanent Devil Trigger, which I think is a very funny idea. Except that you don't regain HP while you're in that kind of Devil Trigger mode. But it's still funny that they sell that as an extra mode. The machine and demonstration you prepared, they're based entirely on your hypotheses, I presume. There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with a firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruto, you must have believed in me. Alright, Professor, I understand. Counsel, defendant! The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take their stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please. If all hinges on the demonstration. The professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims. It leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? I mean, I don't see how you possibly prove that the instant teleportation is not real. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. This is the defense, my lord. Who we got? So, Lord von Zeeks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. The detective of all people. I'm guessing it's Lestrade. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time. The accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear, so bring forth the witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses, whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Whomst? Who are these guys? What the? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthasar Lively. I am impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the Experimento stage. Wait, his head's on fire, I just noticed. Gods? Okay. Mein Name ist Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund Ormstein. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. That feels a little racist. Well, maybe the Germans deserve it. Was there a circus? I mean, I feel like the exhibition was the circus, yeah. I'm very rich. Inspector Gino Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective, even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition. I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. You know, again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon actually, didn't she? Look at how happy she looks. She clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time, and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? 60 feet. About 80 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. It was an incidente terrible. I am only grateful, or terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage. And then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage. It fell from the sky like a stone and crashed. Well, why do you have this accent now? The cage. It fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. The most extraordinary collective amount, I must say. Let me just clarify something. There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard anyone mention until now. The fact that any of you saw the guy kill the other guy. Simply that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places. Maybe he wasn't stabbed in an air balloon, but I think he was. Maybe he was flying with the balloon. And then instead of dropping him out, they also used their crossbow to pop the balloon. I don't know. But I feel like then you'd see the attachment to the cage. So I stick with mine. He got shanked in one of the balloons and then he got dropped. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. The so-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. So why is this kid hurt on the head? I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money. Precisely, who is this curious infant? I'm told he's a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the grand exhibition. Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. We really need that. When I remove my mask, this is what I look like. Yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise then. The point is, the testimony of the witnesses further substantiates the facts of the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. This keeps getting better. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. My Lord Chief Justice God Emperor of the Court.
Hold it!
There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See. All 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. They are very popular, senor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10, yo! It's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. Or else have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Wait, in the old I work for a Majesty police guard, you know. Smart. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, and the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident. Alright, I can fill you in there, my lord.
Hold it!
So, you actually saw the accident happen from in the air? Yep. And it's amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Otto, being a lawyer's a mug's game. You should join the force, and we can go flying together. Honestly, doesn't sound so bad. You know me so well. Yeah, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything, we saw everything because we were up above it all. The dodgy cove climbing into the cage, and the dodgy professor pulling all on levers. That's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang, and the cage disappeared, just like that. It was describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by electricity, I believe. Didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in the ear. Around, and there was a huge, great fireball. Wait, what did you just say? Well, whatever. You know what?
Excuse me!
Tell me more about it, small German child. Master Gods. Does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Yes, what was it again? Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ormstein. Just the four names then. What is... do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Wait, get it right, Oro? It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? Maybe the wooden cage was the basket, quote unquote. That is not what I saw. Oh. Yeah, there was a second explosion, and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure. Which is what I said in it. For me, there was nothing there. The next massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. All Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy. Kind of, yeah. Do I see that correctly? Does the kid have a camera around his neck? Can we just see the pictures? Just before this second explosion happened, next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. Okay, so maybe they did shoot the balloon. A green balloon? Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it. And you can say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the bleeding royally god, are you? Typical. It's the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. Can't believe there were Bohemian princes not even 200 years ago. Aren't there technically still princes, just they don't own anything or have any power, except infinite wealth? Bohemia ain't even a country? Well, yeah, but I'm sure that those people still walk around flaunting those titles. It was not the sky that exploded, it was the green balloon that was next to ours at the time.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I am a proud Bohemian prince. All these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. Okay, grammar Nazi. Ah, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Okay, maybe we don't go there. Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie. Some probably grammar Nazi. I'm sure there's not many after the incident. Lie. Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason, the planets never explode. It is logico. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Madai. I will have the army come and shoot. Okay, what's happening? We'll have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them! All of them! Here you are, Your Highness. Only all international incidents were so easily resolved. You mean by threatening to bring the army in to shoot your property? I think that's exactly how most international incidents get resolved. No, that peaceful relationships have been restored here in the courtroom. Perhaps you could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Luna? No, I did not see the explosion myself, however. The explosion or the explosion? The cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
Hold it!
Did you see that actually happen, or are you just making shit up for shits and giggles in front of the court? No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. And why make that statement, my man? There was a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. Suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up at the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower after all. I am a detective now. And tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. You can get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Why didn't it press her? What the hell? Oh, now I have to listen to this twice. Why can't I skip this? Oh, because I'm pressing the wrong button. Well, that doesn't work there, but...
Hold it!
Gap at me. Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Use your head, Otto. How could I have been me? I was up in the balloon, weren't I? Right. So, because they weren't available, was the bus who had to leg it over there? He was getting shoved and kicked all over by panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. A real sight to behold, I can tell ya. Amazing! Don't spectacular, excellent. Anyway, couldn't see a cage that knew well because of all the smoke. I didn't really want to see, to be honest. Was scared of me beats. Okay, what did I just prove here? It was an incident terrible, but only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Oops, too far. Huge bang from the stage, and then next second another bang in the sky besides us. Not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. It fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into a crystal tower. Get a good look inside the cage. Okay, I mean, I can collaborate this part of the story, but that's not, you know, disproving anything, so I don't know what the game wants me to do here. Do I show the green stuff to the first one where it's like, ah, none of my balloons pop, that's cool. Let me check the code record again. Maybe there's a new inspection now. There isn't. Again? So... what about this?
Objection!
Mr. Luna, in your testimony, you said that all three of your balloons were operating at the time undamaged. See? That is correct. If they had been caught in the explosiones, it would have been terrible. I wonder, might know what this is. Ah, I think it may be. See, part of a balloon, a burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon. There is the large round part of the balloon, which comes filled with her air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with a rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. Other words, as Mr. Gotts testified, a green balloon did in fact explode that day. Eh? All the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Lune. And your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. Oh my god, we just killed his whole business. If a balloon exploded that day, then why didn't he? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having just spent 10 whole pounds for the experience? How absolutely horrible. Things crashed 50%. The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently plausible. What the fuck are you going on about, Judge? Stop playing favorites. An unfortunate traffic accident. Calling that a traffic accident is crazy. What it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. He's pulling this so far out his ass, his hand reaches out his mouth. He's muppeting himself. What up, Mr. Lune? Are you suggesting that I am a liar? The person's died in a balloon incident there. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Lune. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I proved it. But Mr. Lune is not a liar. There is no such thing as a balloon in the sky that would pop that Ione. It is non possible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? The score is more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that will operate. No, I think I'll pursue this one. Thank you very much. Yay!
Objection!
Yeah, no intimidating the witness, beach. But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord. The defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Lune. Honk. Concur, there's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon idea. Witness, you will give a supplementary testimony about the balloon you were operating at the exhibit. Ah, grazie, my lord. Mr. Lune's balloon is what we'll hear about tomorrow. Because that is it for today. It is time to wrap it up. I wonder if this is a 2-day court case. It probably is. You probably have to go back to the place and re-examine it to find the hidden trapdoor in the machine where the dummy or whatever fell down, or the person wearing the wax mask. Yippee! Yippee! Well, it shouldn't be much longer though. Well, maybe, I don't know, but we threw a decent amount of the case, I'd say. And I prefer being in the court than outside yapping at Mr. Sholmes. What are we playing after this, though? Am I hitting the Dragon Quest? Or am I hitting the Majima Pirate style? Honestly, if Majima Pirate style is boring, I think that's just gonna be bad, so I think I'll hit the Dragon Quest. But yeah, it's gonna be it. See you for more court. Until then, thanks for checking out the stream. Until next time, classic turn-based shenanigans. Classic me trying to learn a new system and then discovering stuff way at the end that would have been useful throughout the entire game. Bye bye. See ya. We love that around here. It's the Wani classic.